Everyone, thank you for being here in the Budget and Finance Conference Room. It looks like we are all set up here. We do have the Office of Management for Budget present to provide their budget reports. And then also we have our programs here. We have the Office of Legislative Services, who will provide digital copies of the budget vendors to the Budget and Finance Committee last Friday. We also have Office of the Legislative Council here, Mr. Symbols here, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee here, so it looks like we are ready to get going. I want to make this announcement this morning as we're getting our budget hearings together. We are going to ask our programs that we have oversight over to provide a digital copy of the budget binder to Mr. Rod B. Tawney. So I know Mr. Tawney has been emailing out everyone the requests that we have, and it's just to cut down on the use of paper. That's the big thing, and it just takes a lot of time away from the actual discussion of the budget. We do appreciate everyone's attentiveness to the budget process and putting out those budget binders. We just request that you submit one hard copy of your budget binder and the rest can be digitally submitted to Mr. Rodney, talking to give to the committee. So with that being said, welcome everyone again to the Budget and Finance Conference Room. Today is June 23rd, 2025. We have a posted agenda for the public that should start at 10 a.m. Again, this is a special meeting for the budget hearings, the oversight of the Budget and Finance Committee. Today we are meeting in Winter Rock, Arizona, so let's call this meeting to order. I don't know how all right, 10:26, we'll call this meeting to order. Mr. Tawney, could you, while we wait for, I think, Delegate Norman VA is here. We'll wait a few seconds while we're waiting for Delegate Norman VA to come back into the room. I want to make the announcement that Vice Chairman Carl Slater is excused, and so is Delegate Sherilyn Gassie is excused from today. There you go. All right, Delegate Norman Gay, are you present? He's here. All right, and then again, Vice Chairman Carl Slater, Delegate Shirley Yazzie are excused today. Chairman Amber Nesbitt, I'm here. Is here for roll call verification, and then also Delegate Yazzie. Sure. And present. All right, and I'm going to Mr. Tawney. So we have 4 members here in the Budget and Finance Committee room that does constitute quorum. We'll begin with the invocation. Delegate Yazzie, could you lead us today in an invocation?
Thank you, Madam Chair, also constantly. That I said this in as we can take away, I think, one of our members of the Budget and Finance Committee, our staff, our legal team, our people, to keep the all a handbag, the sheet can, based on larger field now, as we got the bill, which yes, it's in they are these mentally. For sure, we don't want to talk about the then. Because the then we have Jim then, Jim told, getting that house bundle, getting showing the model, we need machine. The sponsor to be that, just that's every, the dog, the or the shame, that workshop, the zero. But based on our house, we got one that's heavy. But I need to know that to go, we need to feel some gas, and go, some opportunity, each study we thought probably we should got to based on the meeting we had on manage always. Other than house 3 days, we did 100 change. Now, we share out video, which should be as very going about money, the Hana, but really some ideas for over and she's listening. Although the lunch, they have the even the issue of always a lot of we sharing our roles in this and thinking, if we carry us, it's uscire dove io mi dico quando dicevo, anzi, che facilitare la faccenda che da piego facilitare, c'era il stato a io nell'extra di faccenda di che questo non c'è tantissimo, le altre cose non andare in così sarà o questa chiesa non so dicevo vedi c'è tutta parola vediamo facilitare non so sai delle azioni che se non trovi sì vedi la soluzione scritta possono scrivere possono
Thank you. Delegate Lester Rossi for providing the invocation for today's budget oversight meetings. We do appreciate the words of strength and guidance that we need for today's meeting. All right, next, as we move on with our proposed agenda, do we have the Department of Justice on the call, Mr. Todd?
Yes, no, Rhodes is on the call.
Mr. Rhodes is on the call, welcome. Do we have the Office of the Auditor General on the call?
No, we do not.
Okay, the Office of the Auditor General is not on the call at this time. Is the Office of the Controller on the call?
The Controller Sean McCabe is on the call.
All right, good morning, Mr. Sean McCabe. Good, we do have the Office of Legislative Counsel, we have the Office of Management Budget. Oh, yes, and Ms. Nanette Francisco is here. Well, there, okay. The Office of Legislative Services is present. With that, we have 5 of our advisors present here in the conference room. Members of the committee, would you like to recognize any guests and visiting officials today?
I'd like to recognize, Shalom,
We'll recognize, our former chairwoman of the Resource and Development Committee, Ms. Catherine Manali is here with us. She's also the Deputy Director of the Division of Human Resources. And members of the committee, anyone else have to say words? All right. And Mr. Taki is the Office of the President and Vice President on the call.
No, no.
OPPP is not on the call. Mr. McCarlo Roweports is here on behalf of the Office of the Speaker. Is the judicial branch on the call?
No, they're not.
All right, the judicial branch is not on the call at this time. With that, members of the committee, let's review and adopt our agenda. Mr. Taki, could you read the agenda into the record?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Budget and Finance Committee, the 25th Nominations Council Special Meeting, June 23rd through 27th, 2025, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Shabine Parish, Chairperson, Honorable Carl Arthur, Vice Chairperson, location Budget and Finance Committee Conference Room. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and rotation. 2, recognizing guests and visiting official. 3, review and adopt agenda. 4, new business. A, legislation 0123-25, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving the procedures for oversight committee budget meetings for the use in FY 2026 and for future fiscal year budget meetings. Presenting previously approved procedures approved in resolution BFGY-18-24. B, legislation number 0127-25, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the nominations fixed cost programs. C, legislation number 0131-25, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Office of the Auditor General. D, legislation number 0144-25, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commissioner will be ready for committee action starting June 24th, 2025. E, legislation number 0145-25, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Office of Management and Budget will be ready for committee action starting September 24th, 2025. F, legislation number 0146-25, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Department of Retirement Services will be ready for committee action starting June 24th, 2025. G, legislation number 0154-25, an action relating to Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Division of General Services, Insurance, Services, Risk Management, Employee Benefits, and Workers' Compensation will be ready for committee action starting on June 26, 2025. H, legislation number 0143-25, an action relating to budget finance committee, approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the office of the controller will be ready for committee action starting on June 24, 2025. By closing the meeting, and ask that adjournment. Madam Chairman, of the Budget Finance Committee, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Jockey, for reading the proposed agenda into the record. Members of the committee, I know in legislation 12325, we have the intention of amending our procedures to include other legislations. So I'd ask if we could amend our agenda after that legislation is considered. So members of the committee, is there a motion to adopt today's proposed agenda?
Ready to wait for them?
First one, oh, yeah, we'll need that.
It's not, it's, yeah, that, it's bigger. Like. Right? Yeah, get ready to start the meeting if you want. That's exactly right. It's used to be able to do that, because there's usually, Can we, have a breakdown of, how executives work as events?
Yeah.
Can you request that?
Yes.
This, the net, Francisco, do you have the breakdown of how the executive branch allocated their internal dollars?
For basement.
Delegate Roman Indicator, just calling for a motion on the agenda. Oh, yeah. All right, motion by Delegate Roman Indicator, who is second?
Going on.
Yeah, also, yeah.
Delegate Leslie Rowley, members of the committee. The information being provided, so he'll make a copy. Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Rodney, will you distribute that to the committee? All right, members of the committee, there's motion second on the agenda. Are there any questions and amendments that stand? All right, here at this time, let's go to roll call vote. Delegate Roman Indicator, have a vote. Delegate Roman Indicator, vote screen, show them the Everett Nestor County, how you vote. Chairman and Nestor County, vote screen. Delegate Leslie Rowley, how you vote?
And Chair Wilkie.
Delegate Leslie Rowley, vote screen. The members voting affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion does carry on the adoption of our agenda. Members of the committee, we are on legislation 12325. And I will, who wants to take the gavel over? Go to Chairman Everett Nestor, I will take the gavel and I will present the legislation. Chairman?
No, we just no turn. No turn today. Okay, sure. All right, you just sent me out here a little bit of some copies and just, there's tight and tidy, that we could read, the business age and record.
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, you have legislation summary tracking sheet 0123-25, an action relating to the Budget Finance Committee, including the procedures for oversight committee budget meetings for the use in FY 2026 and for future fiscal year budget meetings or sending frequency include procedures approved. And resolution BFJY 18-24. Budget Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation to be run into the record. Per nomination council rule of order, rule 9, the legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Okay, appreciate it, Mr. Coffee. So colleagues, we have, legislation.
Madam President, we pilot that.
Okay. You want a motion, sir? Okay, so, update the, send. We gotta wait till we get there.
Oh, she had to step out, she'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm just calling until she gets back.
So it's gonna be, I'm not next to be a swap out. So I'm just gonna send it in the week so that.
Oh, okay. I appreciate it, thank you, we'll need a second. So we'll give Norman the gate seconds, we'll go to the sponsor, so these are transfers.
Thank you, members of the committee, this is this year's procedures. This is the legislation was dropped with the original procedures from FY 25. This committee amended our FY 25 procedures to allow for additional legislations to be added to our budget agenda, and we also extended our time frame on the how long our agenda could be. So I'd ask if members of the committee could offer an amendment to legislation 12325, so that the Budget and Finance Committee can amend our agenda later on in the week, or when the legislation become available, to take action on other legislations that are not budget related, and also to extend our time frame of our agenda beyond 5 days if necessary. So members of the committee, I'd like to ask if we could offer an amendment on legislation 12325 to omit the third procedure. The third procedure says agendas shall be posted and show a single budget meeting duration up to 5 days, 5 consecutive work days. However, because we have another kids yet on Thursday, the Navikias meeting will take 1 day away from our 5 day, 5 consecutive work days. So I'd like to ask if we could amend the legislation to omit procedure number 3 and also add language into the legislation where the committee can consider other legislations in addition to our budget legislations. Chair would ever with the party that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I think you are to appreciate that, is there an amendment that was sent out to the committee members? For consideration?
I'm still working on it.
Okay, thank you, our legislative council is still working on the amendment. Just in reviewing exhibit A. I agree with, I appreciate the amendment, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the committee and for the record. That number 5, it does state that the oversight committee is not required to swear in any agents or other presenters regarding their presentations. The navigation personnel policies manual subjects all navigation employees. In termination, the first offense for knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents. And under the navigation ethics and government law, 2 NNC. Section 3741 or section 3793, all navigation elected officials are subjected to forfeiture of their elected positions and potential civil penalties for knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents. And you know, for the record, I don't think there's any changes in this proposed amendment. So I'll just continue reading as our legislative council is working on the amendment. Number 6, after a budget legislation is motioned, OMB shall present a simple verbal and or written budget summary to the committee before the sponsor of the legislation starts his or her presentation on the budget legislation. So basically, I just want to, in reviewing OMB's report dated June 23rd or 27th, just want to bring to your attention that this report is as of March 31st. So that was the end of the second quarter. And I would want to request for all of the budgets, if this is the most updated information OMB can provide to the committee. I'd like to see something that's more current, understanding that we haven't finished with third quarter yet, but that would be helpful. And then looking at C fiscal year 2025 70 quarter performance assessment report. It is length the first quarter, so I always need to make sure that we have this, letting staff know and reviewing all of these documents and making sure that we're compliant with our policies and procedures. It does, so first quarter is late, second quarter is here. If you see that there's they added, and I appreciate The conformance assessments, I'm assuming this is budget form 2. For this first, just as an example, the fixed cost. I would want to know if a committee wants. All of the budget units and the part of the presentation that will be used in the audit. We will get that clarification for number 6. And if the committee wants to, see a high level summary of the federal. Dollars, at one time, OMB did provide that information, but I'll just, refer to the committee on what they want to see on these OMB reports. Always. Today's I just go back to you to answer that question while we're waiting for a minute.
Thank you, Chairman and Councilor Friday. Good morning to members of the Budget and Finance Committee once more. I think that what Chairman and Councilor Friday is raising is an excellent point. That could, I would recommend to the committee, if you could amend the procedures to include that OMB shall present to the Budget and Finance Committee the most, let's see, it's June, so the numbers as of May 30th. Let's see, May 31st, 2025. Let me ask. Well, Chairman Eric Nesbitt, could ask OMB for their advisement whether they can pull numbers from May 31st, 2025 or June 21st, 2025. Regarding the most current information for the business units.
So we can do your agent.
Oh, right. That's right. All right, Mr. Vial, thank you for being here. Mr. Vial, we're amending our procedures right now. What is your, I know you'll have to pull new reports for all of the oversight hearings today. So our request is having the most up-to-date current information. At the Office of Management and Budget, I don't know if you go through a reconciling process, a current reconciling process, or if these are all just raw numbers that are just being recorded. So I would like to ask the committee to amend the procedures to say that OMB will present reports as of June 21st, 2025, but I leave it to Mr. Vial. How current can the numbers are?
Straight off the phone. This is number 5, do you say? No. 6.
Number 6, what these are saying. And then Mr. Vial, we don't have to have the printed versions, they can just email to us. So can you pull the information from last Friday?
We can, but. The way the BIM reads, we always do it quarter. So that's why, because you said we're in the third quarter at the moment. The last one is the end of the second quarter. So. What I heard you say that maybe we could make it the end of May. As opposed to like right now, when you said Friday. We could do it either way, but the easiest way to us would be to use the May ending. Because then it's the end of a particular month. Instead of in the middle of a month. So all of the reports that we're giving last week and this week at the other oversights are at the end of the second quarter. Because they're quarterly reports.
Right, okay, thank you, Mr. Vial. So I understand where you're coming from regarding the budget instruction manual, however, this is a separate legislation for the budget and finance committee, how the budget and finance committee is going to determine the oversight budget, so. If the committee, well, the committee will take consideration of when to determine that deadline. And Chair Alexander Cardy, pro temp chair, I'm hearing that it's not an issue to make that report. So I'm gonna recommend the end of May 31st, 2025, if members of the committee could amend the legislation for procedure number 6.
Actually, the five.
Oh, procedure number 5. Which, the new procedure number 5.
Yeah.
New procedure number 5, old procedure number 6, where OMB shall present a summary as of March 30th, or I don't know the language specifically, but members of the committee, will have an updated report for all of our oversight programs as of May 31st, 2025. Chair, just regarding, that was the main issue I think you pointed out, was there another issue that we wanted to discuss?
Yes, should we just so, I'm just going back to this first quarter, the report from OMB. First quarter for performance assessment scores, is that what we're gonna be seeing for all of the reports? That was my question, you could ask your agents.
Yes. All right, Chair Ms. McCarty, I will go over to the Office of Management Budget to present the outline of what's not specific numbers. And Mr. Francisco or Mr. Dial, could you explain why the first quarter is missing?
Yeah, and I'm very good at, we'll probably discuss this.
Is it in the minutes?
Yeah.
Or is it just a preference?
I think it's in the van. But, it's a important.
Mr. Dial? Is the second, you know how you're recording just the second quarter numbers? The first quarter goes out omitted limit. Or is that just a preference?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The reason why the first quarter is not reported is it was part of the CR for the FY 24. So we didn't record that. In addition to that, the language on the accumulative average was taken out of the bin. So now we are just reporting the present quarter.
In the Office of Management and Budget, is that, I know that this is a sticking point for Office of Management and Budget, you want the performance to be a part of it, so. Is there a collective way that we can receive the performance measures for the continued resolution, are they still coming in?
Yes, they are. I'm sorry.
Could we know which ones you received and which ones you haven't?
Yes, I can have your staff make copies of that report.
Yeah, we need that because that would help us as the digital copy would be good. You can just email it to us. The reason why is so that as a committee, we want to support Office of Management Budget to get those reports in for performances, and we need to know who has and who hasn't.
Okay.
So did you just email that to your comments? And then members of the committee, I do agree, I believe that we should have a federal overview of how much each program on the navigation receives in federal funds. I know that the committee is making recommendations regarding general funds, however. I know the Office of the President and Vice President have called in all executive programs regarding their K accounts. At this time regarding our federal dollars, it's pertinent to also take this time to evaluate how much we're spending down those state funds. So members of the committee in this role, if we could amend our new procedure number 5 to include an overview of federal dollar expenditure rates or a simple overview of federal dollars. Mr. Dial, is that enough information? In the amendment, or would you, how else would you, with me?
on the federal expenditures. We can provide it.
Or is it the? Okay.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Bell. Ms. Lowell, it's just an additional form, sheet for. The OMB takes a look at the federal expenditures, and then we take a look at how much we're spending down on that. Sure, that's a part of it, that includes my thoughts.
Appreciate it, so just as we're getting started, Mr. Beal, I just referred to a high level, one time you guys put your own report for very high level. Not that massive. Quarterly report that it can provide, or should we be looking at that massive quarterly report for pay accounts? What would you recommend to the committee who wanted to cross reference any federal funds? Mr. Beal?
Delegate Crowdy, members of the committee. Personally, to me. It shouldn't be the detailed one. That's just too overwhelming, too much. You really don't have time. To in fact read it. And try to digest it, make sense out of it. So we would want to do it, I believe, in a more summarized fashion. And later today. I'll get with Mr. Shorty and CGS. Where they can prepare that information.
Very high level, yeah, it's not in.
Yeah, they're, I'm sure you know this, the Arctic IT ERP work session is today and tomorrow. So that's going on too at the same time.
Alright, I see work so hard, I see.
Yeah,
Alright, thank you, Mr. Beal. Ms. Hall, what's the, how are we doing given?
Sure, fine. So I have revised the amendment to include all of the additions that the committee has just made. If there are no other additional amendments, I can send it off to them.
Do you have any of them? So these are the other thing.
Thank you. Members of the committee, on view number 6, bullet number 7, this is the sponsor of the budget legislation, and gives or her agents shall have. We usually have.
Yeah, we could let's say it's like this.
What is the discretion of the chair? Okay, so
May increase or decrease. So
never mind, it's fine, I don't think it's doing that then.
we do with that, we'll see. So. I'll keep reading, while just let you know, colleagues, when you see on your email, just send it out for a motion. So number 10, Office of Legislative Counsel will provide fillable amendment forms. Each of the oversight committee or committee members, this amendment form shall be used for all purpose amendments to any exhibits and documents in the budget binder. 11, for each proposed amendment, the filled out amendment form shall be submitted to the committee's legislative advisor and to OLC. Amendments shall be restricted to moving funds within a single branch. Inter-branch revisions of budget dollar figures are not permitted. Or inter-branch. 12, OLC will prepare the wording for proposed amendments. Using the information provided on the amendment form, legislative advisor shall revise exhibit B and exhibit C according to the amendments provided by the oversight committee, if any. So, Chancellor, do you have a digital copy of exhibit B and C to meet this provision?
Yes.
Okay. 13, legislative advisors shall prepare directives regarding the submittal of revised exhibits and revised budget binder documents if any. 14, as with any other legislation, the oversight committee shall vote on each proposed amendment individually and then on the main motion for each budget legislation. As with any other legislation, a quorum of the committee member is required for such votes. 15, The Oversight Committee legislative advisor is responsible for keeping a complete and accurate list of all approved amendments for including in the Oversight Committee report that will be forwarded to the Budget and Finance Committee along with budget legislations. 16, once the Oversight Committee votes on or tables a budget legislation, it shall then move forward to the Budget and Finance Committee. Oversight Committee actions on all budget legislations shall serve as a committee's recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee. 17, the Oversight Committee through its chair and or vice chair or authorized designee shall give a presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee on each of the budget legislations for the programs, divisions, executive, etc. under that Oversight Committee, oversight authority. Sponsor should be while we're waiting, I actually wanted to see, could you modify this provision because we were stuck last time in the budget process because we didn't have a chair or vice chair? Can I get some clarification? Is that required or is it? Maybe, I don't know, is there a deliberation language, this all that says it's a negotiation between the chair and vice chair of the committee? If you could just remind me, that'd be a question this time. Am I saying it right? Loud?
Low.
Low.
Rhymes with low.
Low.
Sheriff, so it wasn't so much that we didn't have a chair or vice chair, it was that we didn't have any representative from the committee. So this rule does allow for, it says authorized designee, so say neither the chair nor vice chair were available, then another person from the oversight committee would be deputized to come in front of the budget and finance committee and then present and do the, you're right, the language is negotiation in the appropriation act. Thank you.
And I'm just waiting for a motion call. I'm just reading until there's a motion. So now the delegate, Mr. Yasi, we have the floor to offer the motion for the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Chair, and usually staff has emailed electronic copy of the minutes.
I've already sent out the. Everyone. Yeah, you're just these motions the amendments. Are you okay with that?
I said it's right.
We're waiting for Barb. Mr. Tommy, did you set it up? Right now? That's.
Yes.
You said. We haven't considered.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
There are some changes. In the station. Yes, it should negotiate with the respective purposes of the release of designated contribution chair. So that we
You'll get it. Yeah. I think you'll get it. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor, Wilson, I then read the electronic copy and you, because there will be a meeting that are presented. This. Is that 567? Yeah. No, on that job, the total giving its own, 5, 6, and 7.
Appreciate it, so this is for exhibit A, do we have a second? Second by Chair Harris. The committee members, are there any questions? Seeing none, we can go to the vote. Mr. Tommy, or who helped with the vote? You can do it.
Unfortunately, Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a roll call vote for amendment number 1 to replace old exhibit A with new exhibit A. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman McGay votes green. Honorable Shabby Parish, how do you vote? Honorable Shabby Parish votes green. Honorable Leslie Ozzie, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Leslie Ozzie, voting Madam Chair, Pro Tem Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair Pro Tem not voting.
Okay, thank you. Holly, any other questions on this legislation? If not, we'll go to the vote, Chair, Mr. Tommy.
Pro Tem Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0123-25. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote? Honorable Norman McGay votes green. Honorable Shabby Parish, how do you vote? Honorable Shabby Parish votes green. Honorable Leslie Ozzie, how do you vote? I vote green. Honorable Leslie Ozzie votes green. Pro Tem Chair, that is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Tem not voting.
All right, appreciate it. Today, should want to have the gavel back to. I don't want to go kind of some ask questions. So, delegate McGay or delegate Yasi, who wants a pro tem? Who wants to sponsor the legislation? Oh, yeah, co-sponsor? We're looking for a co-sponsor, so this is probably what it is. You want a co-sponsor? Or do you have questions? Yeah, just go get, you have all the legislation, sir? For delegate, Norman.
Okay.
McGay is the one that you're chair, you want co-sponsor? Because if you co-sponsor, then I'll chair and then the committee can ask questions. But that's good. Yeah, okay, and then Mr. Bial, while we're waiting, where in the bin does it say that you do second quarter performance? No, if you have a minute, just document that I would want to change that in the future. I mean, because we're a performance based budget. Something has to take either to report it, or can we measure it unless we want everything to be in first and second quarter? All good measurements. Yeah, we gotta spend the money. Exactly, right? Because of that, just a lot of pressure on program, just it pushes them to spend it at the second quarter. And let's say they have a grand plan this summer, it's gonna happen, but they can't show it at the front, they see. Yeah, that's true, so it's a good idea.
Well, Delegate Crowley. Delegate Crowley, members of the committee. In the pen. In looking at the 26th meeting. On page 10, where it describes the performance budgeting and performance assessments. It mentions quarterly. The quarterly reporting and quarterly assessments. And so forth. I see that's a regular and routine way. But as I understand the committee today. You're wanting for purposes of your budget hearings or budget meetings. You want something more current. And in the bin, it doesn't address that piece of it. So it's just a regular routine quarter figure.
So I had a thought, we're on. So if we're a performance-based budget. And a program did not submit a report. Then. That means they don't need a budget, right? Well, they're not. They're not meeting their performance. Like I just saw, like, so I'm gonna go back here, I'm gonna be referring. You said right here, like, the Navigation Human Rights Commission, there's no report. Yeah. Well, we're just waiting for them to come, did you sign up?
Yeah, I signed up.
Oh, I'm ready to go then. Or make your call and we'll go back.
Okay.
Gotta keep you happy, but. I hope you ordered good enchiladas. Well, we can have fine, good chili.
One pair of ball, and then. But. Her, that's where. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask this one every one, because it's just something that we can come back to after the budget, and so I'm just typing it. We're gonna have to look over this section 3. To the form performance-based budget, how do we do that?
Where did you, I want to hear so, if, one year, if, it wouldn't be in the warehouse, but I did ask, but anybody just.
Yeah.
That, that's, thank you. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see the incorporated.
Angel and, yeah, we did.
We did. Oh, yeah. So like, hopefully, so then I'll just ask about.
Yeah, so which not on my, who's not gonna get that really great.
Yeah.
Because that's. Everything, it's one thing, but we want to make up for it.
And then more kernel, this is legislative branch, Human Rights Commission didn't submit their second quarter report. And so on page 11 of the bid, there is a program performance non-compliance.
They didn't have fun. They didn't even.
But it does say that no report, it's still eligible because their current budget will be notified for review plans and the oversight committee may use the following missionary sanctions.
So we have the numbers for that.
Yeah.
So that's where, remember the first time we looked at it, yeah, the draft, and they want to go hard.
Yeah.
They want to go hard, and then that's what it got cleaned up too, then they put it back over.
So I kind of monitor it or some baselines, but I'm not gonna dig.
Yeah, I think- yeah, and I just don't really sure they're good. I don't know, I mean, yeah, it's not on the list, because they should be compliant with that, just do it, because otherwise it's new. Like you said, where they got their paint taken out.
Yeah, because it says. Management shall submit a remedial or corrective section to address this plan. OMB is available to assist. OMB should notify budget and finance committee of non-compliance. So that's what they're doing. That's how we back in.
Well, this is the.
Yeah.
All right.
This is the management issue.
Yes. That's what we do for the body, so. When they have, so that's how people, yeah, this year, they're talking about. It's not.
I don't see those organizations.
But the first,
I think if you put so much of it, you get, we don't turn. That's what they need to, yeah. Scribbling to me, everybody says, like, see. This is what. Yeah. I think that's where we get out of the loop.
said.
So, come on, we do it. So, like, first.
I don't know, it's a budget of my sense of the whole concept. We're going by the
I saw something, you know, the sick is wrong.
I just need somebody else.
I mean, the same thing.
This is pretty transparency. And be like, "Oh, if you wanna go, then they get every request. You can't bring it up. Yeah. Cause then there's also. Right.
This is still more than black, you know, it's.
Yeah.
You know,
The same, they get really, that's all.
it's.
$6,826.08. The percentage is 83%. And there's two notes at the bottom. Single asterisk means they're under expending, double means they're over expending. And then Janet McCabe will go on to the next. Okay, moving on to the program performance assessment scores. There are 19 business units under the fixed costs. With the second quarter average of 2.54. If you look down, the scorings range from 0 to 4. And you will see that the fixed cost average is between 70 and 79% average, which meets expectations. And note that the asterisk indicates low performance. 2 asterisks indicate no report received. Moving on to the next page, we have the budget form 2A from the district raising committee. With a semi-annual score of 2, which is acceptable. And then moving on to the Eastern Navajo Land Board, budget form 2A. With a semi-annual score of 2, again, which is acceptable. The next one is the Major Irrigation Farm Board, budget form 2A. With a semi-annual score of 2, acceptable. And the Navajo Office of Human Rights Commission. With a score of 00, which indicates no report submitted. Moving on to the plans of status, operation status report. Again, there are 23 business units listed. And like below is the resolutions to each of the plans of operations for the fixed costs. And moving on to tab E, conditions of appropriation legislative concerns, there are none. That completes the OMB report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe, and also Ms. Francisco, members of the committee. Do you have any questions for the Office of Management budget presentation? But Chairman Everett has the right. I just want to make sure while she's getting prepared, Mr. Tati, did you email out that budget binder for the fixed costs?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'm looking at the fixed cost digital binder, but the only attachment in there is the indirect costs. Do you have the budgets for all the proposed, proposed allocation stand? I only, in the email labeled fixed cost digital binder, I pulled up the PDF and it just, the only budget that's in there is the indirect costs. So we should have 1, 2. We have 2 Jack 26 budgets. Well, Mr. Johnny's taking a look at that. Joe, whenever Mr. Friday, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so, I did want to see if OMB was able to send, the request for a more of an updated expenditure. That's part of their, part B, understanding this is second quarter. And I mean, that's what I'm making sure.
All right, thank you. Members of the committee, we did receive an email from Miss Largie. Or no, Miss Largo. Miss Largo sent out information regarding continuing resolution. Let me see if I have this. No, that's not broken down by budget. It's broken down by branch. Do we have anyone on the call from OB? Can someone email us, Mr. Cave, the performance for section 1? Or for formula?
members of the, chair and members of the, budget and finance committee. The email that you see is, the FY 24 CR, performance, assessment, summary. That was not included in our OMB report. So that has been emailed to Lonnie and to Chair. By Ms. Largo.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McKay. Members of the committee, it appears that, I think. For OMB, what the committee's asking for, I know you provided a report for the continuing resolution for the first quarter. But basically what we're gonna have to do, because it's not formatted like this, is we're gonna have to like. Look for this program here, look for it in each of the branches. Unless it's. Well, I'm still looking through the report right now. Is the report specific for fixed costs, or is your performance-based quarterly report here for the first quarter, is that with the integrated fixed cost dollars into these budgets? Am I asking, because what I have in this report here, I don't know if that first quarter budget performance report is for their fixed costs and the rest of their budget together. And if you have just a performance report just for the fixed costs alone, maybe you can go into more detail.
Thank you, Chair. That report that you see, that was, submitted or emailed by Ms. Largo. The subject is the FY 24/FY 25 CR first quarter performance assessment report. And in that report, there is a matrix that indicates the program performance assessment scores averages. So you'll see it like this. And that is the summary of the overall, 3 branches, legislative, judicial, and executive. And it also gives the scoring on the bottom. And then the third page, I believe it's the third page of the report, will show the matrix. And this is broken down by the branch and the departments. And it will indicate the first quarter, CR, performance assessment averages, the scores and the average. And then following that report, you will see the individual, budget form 2s, and it goes into, I believe, 65 pages or so, or 25 pages of those, individual, performance, budget form 2s.
Madam Chair, the last page has the fixed costs, is that what you're looking for?
Oh, okay, yeah, I found it too, it's on
Yeah.
the page, yeah, it's at the very bottom, fixed cost, I see. I got it, let me see what page this is. This is page 9. Members of the committee, sorry, now I'm oriented. So on page 9 of the report that was emailed out to the committee, at the very bottom, it says fixed costs, and you can see the averages, but this was again emailed out. So on page 9, you'll see the first quarter fixed costs performance averages for reported to the office manager budget. So you got the first quarter on digital copy, and you have the second quarter in front of you. Members of the committee, Chairwoman,
Which email are you referring to?
I'm referring to,
Indirect.
that's the budget, I think the one that I forwarded to the committee, the one that's called FY 25 CRPAS report. That is the email that has the first quarter performance. That's me. And then when you click on that PDF, it's on page 9.
Line of 17.
Yes, page 9. And the topic is FY 2024-2025 CR first quarter performance. Our program performance assessment scores, and then the first item is regarding the Navajo Nation Police Department Training Academy, but 2 sections below, it's the fixed cost.
Okay, what email are you looking at? Let's pull up another OMB report then. I don't have what you.
I emailed this directly to the committee, so
Okay,
I sent this out,
it was the CRPAS report.
yes,
And this is page, oh, there's 209 pages. Okay. Yes.
all right, Chair Vanessa, right, I think that was your question, the information I sent out. The second question to that, did anyone send out the federal overview? Or I don't remember the committee that does the federal dollars, well, no, this is fixed cost for our budget, so
Right,
maybe not employee burgers.
I do have a,
But the Chair Vanessa, that's maybe specifically.
appreciate it, and back to the report, it's giving me so. If OMB can send out all of these reports digitally, that would be helpful. Appreciate that we received this one, but I did have a question in terms of, on section C, so you have. 2025 second quarter report. And then you provide us some additional information on, so I'm just looking at this information here. The budget unit number, just help me understand, so this budget unit number 115002 is district grazing committee. But I don't see it here on this, on the first page, so just help me understand why they're separate. Because I wanted to ask a question on Human Rights Commission. Because you identified here, they didn't provide a report for second quarter. Like, I just want to know what the difference is, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair, Ms. Burkhardt, we'll go back to Ms. McKee.
Okay, in the BIM, the programs were given an option to, utilize the budget form 2 or the budget form 2A. So this is what you see before you is the budget form 2A. And basically, this is a budget form 2A, which has the program indicate that they are going to develop their performance based on narrative, I'm sorry, lost it. A narrative, and in those narratives, they indicate what they will be doing. And as you see, it will indicate the second quarter response of how these programs responded to their narratives.
And the previous one is
And
2.2 on. These are only from them.
okay, and this report that you see, Madam Claudia, this one is the regular status report that we provide to you during the budget oversight hearings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McKee. Chair, Ms. Burkhardt, if you have any more questions for the next budget?
Well, for our advisor, if you can look at, section V, if you can identify. It's not great on my end, but, any plans of operation, I think we usually say 10 years. So I identified, the annual audit of the Office of the Controller, utilities, telecommunication, radio communication, will be partition land rental, indirect cost plan, navigation, integrated justice, fixed cost investment fees, FMIS fixed cost maintenance, fixed cost facility maintenance, fixed cost rental office of the Navajo Tax Commission, fixed cost office rental of the Navigation Human Rights Commission, fixed cost navigation elections, fixed cost Eastern Navajo Land Commission. And fixed cost litigation DOJ. You could just identify all of those kinds of operations, I'll make a legislative concern, unless it was, well, I just see that there was no legislative concern, so we'll start with the legislative concern. And I could fill out that document. I think when I fill out the document, I think I just gonna put through to see it. What we would wanna see is well, because it's the OMB report, but I'll develop with consultation with our legislative council and Ms. Lowell, just when would I have to? When would I have to make that motion? It could be like after the budget, just let me know when I gotta make that motion, or if we need to do that on the next phase of the budget process, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Riccardi. That's a great question on how we can coordinate this, because in the last budget, I think we elected the legislative concerns during the oversight process. And then when it came back to the committee, that's when we brought it back to the table. I think that's how I recall it happening in our last budget session. I'll go to Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Chair, Chair Crowdy. So the amendment would be made when, before you vote on the legislation, if you want to include it in the exhibit D as part of the oversight resolution. If it, for some reason, doesn't get made in exhibit D, you can make an amendment when a comprehensive budget legislation is at any of the stops, so via an FW council. Sure.
Legislation comes back.
Yeah, like a comprehensive, yeah.
Alright, thank you, Chairman Eric Riccardi, thank you, Miss Kristen Lowell. Mr. Taki, let's do this. So when members of the committee are asking, or we're gonna ask you to keep track of the legislative concerns. And if you could just follow up with that member of the committee who is going to offer that amendment to make sure everything's in order. So this legislation today is just the first step, and then it's gonna come back to the Budget and Finance Committee. When it comes back to the Budget and Finance Committee, when we have that comprehensive overlook of everything we're collecting, just so that we continue this conversation today. And then we'll offer the amendments when this legislation comes back to us. So members of the committee, is that okay with everyone? Good. All right. That does help us clear up some of the process, so for everyone that will be coming before the committee, that's how we will proceed. Is this first stop of the legislation, I'm going to just do notes on it, and then the second time the legislation will come back to the committee, we'll offer those minutes. Let's see. Members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions for the Office of Management Budget regarding the cost? Yes, delegate, that's your answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a real quick general question. I know the CR for our fiscal year 25 is a unique year for budgeting. But on your budget forms, the fixed costs, the budget status reports as of March 31st, 2025. You did mention that there was some under expenditures and over expenditures. Does that budget balance itself out internally?
Thank you, Delegate Chester Gowsey. So let's take a look at the expenditure rates for the fixed costs for this past budget. This past the FY25 budget, let's say for instance, the annual audit of the controller, they currently have the access to that $1 million for their original budget, but they also have the continuing resolution dollars at 50%. So they, from the previous budget, the FY24 budget, so, you can see the revision in their budget and how much they actually used and actually had. So maybe, Ms. Annette Francisco, could you go over that a little bit about how these numbers are appearing? Because are these numbers appearing with that 50% added into their FY25 budget? And is that impacting the expenditure rate?
Madam Chair, members of the committee. the original budget is the actual CR. The revised is the actual 25 budget. So it includes the CR, if you look at the revised budget, it includes the CR. So what we did was we just got the difference between the CR and the FY 25 budget. And the actual FY 25 budget shows in the revised budget column,
That's how much money they have access to.
yes.
And then typically, these. Typically would be half that, almost.
Well, it's incorporated, so they should be spending 50%, and it's already incorporated. So the actual expenditure should, this June should be 75%, the end of June.
Got it, okay, so we're just, thank you, Delegate Lester, I think that's a great question. So for the record, Ms. Nanette Francisco shared with the committee that the revised budgets are the CR budget and the FY 25 budget together, which is, if you remember, some of those, it's kind of per budget, per basis, based on how much that money is. I don't know if we want to go that deep into it, members of the committee, I just, for a general, representation, again, this is Q2, so Q2, they should be spending about 50% of their budget. Does anyone have any questions regarding the expenditure rates?
That's why I need to do a copy of what we do.
Okay,
We're not as questions.
got it.
Let's see.
I have a request from members of the committee for a updated copy of the OMI report. So Ms. Largo and Ms. Francisco, if we could have somebody in your office update the fixed costs. To report today and then email that back to the committee so that we can ask the program some questions regarding their expenditure rates and also the performance. The performance assessments. So if you could update it to have the Q1, Q2 and CR information and then just then we can start around that, because I think that we're trying to match what we have on our computers to what we have in front of us, so it's kind of a lot of time taking to work with all of them. So again, Mr. Coffey, if you could just remind OMB that we'd like that report. Could we get that report by the end of the day today? And just email it to us, that would be great, thank you. Members of the committee, is anyone else have any? Oh, Miss Francisco?
Just to let you know that there's another hearing going on, so I'm not sure if the other analysts can get this report done that are gonna come before you this week for being it's just for your information. So the analysts will probably have to work through certain times when they have time to run these reports.
Yeah, it could, and you could. We'll just stop. Just like any outstanding request.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I had a question, so in the BIM, we allocated 33,518,886. Can we get a breakdown of that? Like what was, how do we ask? Is that in the BIM? That was in the BIM. Oh, we just gotta present it at the. We just gotta present it at the public hearing. Mr. Bell, where do I get?
Mr. Biel, for the,
Oh, right there, exhibit E, I got it. It's page. That's exhibit, it's exhibit E. I got it. Right? Yes. So that'll help me with, because there's new big spots.
where I pulled it for legislation to, or it's. Chair Ryan, do you have any questions on that section? Wait, do you know, anyone else have questions for Olivia at this time? Alright, thank you, Ms. Francisco, and also Ms. McCabe this morning for the reports. We'll continue to work with Olivia on getting this sorted. It's always a great discussion with this event, so thank you. At this time, members of the committee for the legislation, Delegate Norman and BJ, I believe your agents, it is everyone who's got in my head of a fixed cost. So I'll just go back to the committee, see if they have any questions for specific programs, and then we'll call the program. All right, thank you, Delegate Norman and BJ, members of the committee, going back to the legislation. Legislation not 12725, the fixed costs. Mr. Foxy, did you find the digital vendor?
Madam Chair of the Budget Finance Committee, Office of Management and Budget emailed me the wrong digital binder for it, so I emailed them back to send it to me as soon as possible.
So we have no binder.
They have no binder and no digital binder.
No physical binder, no digital binder. Perfect, so much.
The 1, 2, 3, yes, 2, 4.
12725. What's the lead from Olivia, fixed costs?
In previous years, we didn't, it was a program that provided the budgets to you.
Yeah, I don't see any programs here. That's it. We have Ms. Andrea Holmes. Ms. Andrea Holmes, we have HR here. Also, Ms. Bill and Mr. Lee Jones.
Right, can I motion to table this budget then? The programs are not giving the budgets, there's not all be to give it to us, it's the budget based on programs, right?
Yeah, I don't see it, all of the programs getting fixed costs, so. Unless we're right, like,
Motion to table?
Yeah.
Okay,
Table one. One.
well, you got one time to bring in your budget,
How much time did we put?
I don't know.
How much time did we?
well, it's, you have 26 budgets. 26 budgets on a fixed cost.
We don't have a digital, or we don't even have, we don't have nothing. Yeah,
So we have indirect costs from home.
You wanna do that one?
Yeah, we can hear some ones that are ready. You know, Mr. Bill has indirect cost budget that could be this, and then. I don't know.
Well, we should have just. When we did, well, we should have just put it in front of me yesterday, instead of this.
It should be ready. They know what the fixed cost is, they should be prepared, they should be here.
All right, well, I'll hold off my tabling motions, if you're already motionless, whatever budgets we have right now, we can move forward on that, Chair. And, if we don't have it, then I wanna,
We'll just know that.
okay, so like. Who's gonna go first, are we just gonna do by reducing the number, like annual audit, they don't have it,
Yeah, we'll just put it on the list now.
all right. I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. All right. Mr. John McCabe, you're on the call. Do you have the annual audit budget ready for the budget and finance committee? I don't see anyone in the office of the controller here in the conference room. Is it?
Hey, Chair, this is Sean.
You have your annual. That's over to you.
For the fixed costs,
There. Do you want to sponsor us here?
All right, John, we're gonna.
I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but we don't have the budget in front of it.
Morning stress eating is the first one.
We're gonna go back to, Mr. Tiger, you know that. Next, we have insurance premium for the Division of General Services. Anyone from the Division of General Services here? Anyone from the Division of General Services on the call? All right, they're not here, moving past them. Division of General Services, the utilities are not on call, the Division of General Services, telecommunications not on call, Division of General Services, radio communications not on call. The now local land commission. That's the legislative branch. Ms. Clarissa or Mr. Carlo. Now local land commission budget. For fixed costs. You have that budget ready? Yes. Okay, we are ready to hear that budget.
Give us like 2 minutes to know about it.
All right, so for the record, the legislative branch residents, they are not prepared to present that now, however, it will be is, so we're gonna go to Mr. Dominic Field, we have your budget in front of us.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning, still morning. We had a proposed budget for the development of the indirect cost plan. And annually, for many years now, we've been using the fixed cost grouping to budget for this expense. Because it addresses all government entities, the main government. So it's a simple budget. What you should notice here is that the amount 11,644. It is general funds, but it's covered by indirect costs. So in effect, we aren't requesting any of the general fund. So when you looked at your the summary that Nanette Francisco that OEB went through, the indirect costs. Again, it just shows that it's funded by IBC. In that amount is a reduction from the fiscal year 25. But it's adequate because the Budget and Finance Committee will remember during the time that you were considering the overall planning issues that the 33 million for IDC was identified first. And that entire amount is taken off the top. So when all of these figures, amounts, and budgets were collected, that was done accordingly. Unfortunately, for the upcoming year, Mr. Shorty and Mr. Jones, others in the contracting grant section working with the consultant company, MGT Consulting, who's been doing this now for a number of years. The cost went down to do it. Now, the budget form 2 simply says that the measure, the important measure here is to have the IDC rate approved for fiscal year 2027 in use for fiscal year 2027. And that typically happens during the third quarter, sometimes going into the fourth. But for this, it's the third quarter. That's why, again, in the overview, the summary, you might have noticed the performance score. It has an NA. That's because it's not done during the first and second quarters. It'll show up in the third and or the fourth quarter. So it's still forthcoming. Now, budget form 4, again, is very simple. And members of the committee, this is probably the first budget you're seeing that uses the new bin in the LOD4 grouping. So this is at the LOD4 level. So again, the projected cost $11,644 to be funded by IDC. Again, we use this consulting money to help us figure the annual IDC plan and the IDC agreement. So it's again a simple budget. It's Madam Chair, committee members, that's my summary of the budget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vial. Members of the committee, have any questions for Mr. Vial regarding the indirect cost, fixed cost budget?
Third party thinking.
Carolyn, you were gonna say that?
Appreciate it, thank you. So I just want to clarify, I did see is this. I know that, Mr. Vial representing this program, but for our advisor, because they have talked about IDC at such a low rate. After the budget, I'd like to have a conversation if it's happening in the third quarter, why our IDC rate is so low. And in looking at the OMB printout, it looks like this indirect cost plan received a revised budget of 45,000. And it looks like they've spent 25,000. I don't know if this, if the program, I don't know where it gets a revised budget. So I would want to ask Mr. Vial, if the original budget was 12,608. How do you get a revised budget of $45,367? So I'm still referring to the OMB section B. Yeah, is it revised for it?
I see for the cost, what doesn't this say?
11 to 17. Okay, right here, this one. That's why you're looking at. I'm looking at, see, this is the original budget that we approved. See the revised budget, this is budget transfer, right? This is modification. So where are they getting that money from? to give them more money,
No?
and so far, they spent
This is your CR,
25,000.
this is the CR. This is your FR.
So now you're saying we do like say. But they spent more. They spent more than 10,000.
Yeah, awesome. I already.
And they spent more than 11,000.
All right, Mr. Vial, we're gonna go back to the questions from Chairman and Representative Friday regarding the cost for the indirect cost, and then could you just go a little bit more into detail about, when the dollars were encumbered, or spent? That way we have a better idea of your timeline and your openness on when you're spending those dollars and so on. Mr. Vial?
Madam Chair, committee members. My understanding of these expenditures are. If you look at budget form 1 that I just went over. It has for fiscal year 25. The budget was 25,217. Which at the time was, I believe, a combination of the regular general fund and the ABC. So the 12,608.50 shown there as the original is the general fund portion of it. Now in the revised, it incorporates all of the funds, meaning both general funds and IDC in the full year's budget. That's my understanding.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vial, we'll go back to Chairman and Representative Friday.
Mr. Bial, thank you, I appreciate it, but I thought you, in your opening statements, you said this was not general purpose. This was the IEC. That's what I'm trying to understand from what you said. Maybe this is not a deal breaker for me. I just want to make sure that this is enough money, and if the program is stating it's enough money, I'm okay moving on. And we could have a follow-up conversation about the $45,000 here. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sponsor.
All right, thank you, Chairman and Representative Friday. Mr. Vial, is your proposed budget sufficient for FY 26? Are you requesting additional funds? Are there challenges between? I do understand that the revised budget does include a continuing resolution. I have it here in front of me as well, so I'm doing the math here, but regarding the proposed budget for FY 26, is this a sufficient budget?
Madam Chair, committee members. It is my understanding from the contracting officer who put this budget together that it is sufficient. But if I'm wrong, if that's a possibility, we can submit revised information accordingly. But as I sit here at this moment, it's my understanding that it is adequate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dion, for stating that. I just want to share with the committee that under CS 3924, which is a consent resolution. Under section 4. Section 4.5. It shares how the language in that legislation regarding a continuing resolution says for FY 25, 50% of the FY 24 amount of $653,000 $692 is appropriated from the first line fund for the two fixed cost programs listed. So, in that regard, I just want to clear that, the language in the continuing resolution may change, at least for the fixed costs, this is where it will not drastically impact other, other budgets unless they received fixed cost dollars or they receive the unmet needs from the FY budget. So, wanted to make that, quick comments for the committee to make that, take that into consideration. All right, Chairman Eric, as we're proud of you, you got answer your question. Thank you, Mr. Miguel, members of the committee, does anyone have any questions? Any questions at this time? Sponsor, do you have any other comments? Good, thank you, Mr. Miguel, that will conclude our comments at this time, and then Mr. Taki, if you could just note, how, I know Controller McCabe did report to the committee that we need to really take a look at that indirect cost, because it should be higher than what it is. We did hear that in the public hearing too. We had, Mr. Hosky Key, say that when he was on the committee, that the, IDC rate was about 35% and not higher. So we'll come back to the table, Mr. Rial, and have that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Rial.
Thank you very much.
Right. Next, we have the judicial branch regarding the Navigation Integrated Justice. We have the judicial branch on call. Second call for the judicial branch. All right,
You don't want to.
all right, next, we're gonna go back to OOC, Mr. Sean McCabe, do you have the budget for the investment managers? Sean McCabe is not on the call. I didn't see the email. Is Mr. Rob Willie on the call? Thank you. Nope.
No.
Hearing none, then I see the email of the controller that says she complete budget. All right, next is FMIS, Division of Human Resources. I believe that proposed budget is supposed to be taken care of. Miss Racina Toddy, would you like to present on this budget?
Madam Chair, I believe, Mr. Tom, that they will be handling this.
That's right, thank you. Sorry, you go back to. Yep, it does say, I got some office of control. All right, Division of General Services, are they on the call yet? Nope, hearing none. Division of General Services, Information Technology, not on the call. Division of Natural Resources. Division of Natural Resources, not on the call regarding the NGS transmission costs. Navigation Telecommunications Office. Are they on the call?
Yeah.
All right, Navigation Human Resource, no, that's Navigation,
Human rights.
Human rights.
Human Rights, so we do have Ms. Florinda here. Ms. Florinda, do you wanna go over the the legislative branch budgets? Members of the committee, since we do have the office of the speaker here, I'd like to ask if we could go over that Navajo Local Land Commission rental and then the office rental for Human Rights Commission office and our Utah office and all the offices. All right, we'll give the order to Mr. Rinda here with Mr. McFarland. Do you have any other presenters or are you just presenting yourself?
They're online.
I think they are online.
Okay. It's going to, let's start with the Navajo, or start with the Navajo, I don't know what it is. Navajo will be tradition land until the context and then we'll do all the way.
Oh, they've already, you know.
None of this written on that.
I just emailed it this morning.
What, where are you, what kind of do you want?
Sandy,
Madam Chair, it was emailed at 12:02 p.m. and I forwarded the email received from Florinda. And at 12:03.
Rodney, Fossey, Winters, email, and the 12 minutes.
The email be at 12:03 p.m.
All right, okay. With that, we'll give the floor over to the office of the speaker regarding the NAPLP partition land rental, and then we'll go here with the next, all the legislative notices, so. Orders.
Okay, good morning, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I am Florinda again, the Legislative Financial Advisor to the Office of the Speaker. And the first one, under Business Unit 118013, I believe that falls under the Office
Yes.
of Navajo Hopi.
Oh, so I,
So-
they would present.
Yeah, they would present that.
Okay. Let me kind of fix the label because of this condition, yeah. Okay, all right.
And moving on down. The first one would be the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. This is unit 118029. And they have a total budget requesting of $31,986. And the next one is 118030, which is the Navajo Youth Commission. And they are requesting 18,183. And the next one is 118032, which is the election office. And they are requesting 500,000. And the last one is 118036. That is the Eastern Navajo Land Commission, and they are requesting for the 30,000.
First one's gonna be for.
And these are all related to their building rentals.
Okay, thank you. For giving that overview, members of the committee, there was a hard copy passed out. And also an email sent out at about 12 o'clock. And members of the committee, let's go through this unit 118029, the Nomination Human Rights Commission. Ms. Lorinda, from the speaker's office, your, does that conclude your statement regarding this budget?
Yes, Jen.
All right, members of the committee, do you have any questions regarding business unit 118029, Human Rights Commission rental? The chair and Ms. McBride.
Okay, I have a sponsor for this legislation, so. OMB just reported that. When the CR was passed. There was. A double allocation. In fixed costs, is my understanding. No, Francisco, I need to understand this revised budget. Because was there funding from the CR and then additional funding when the fiscal year was passed?
All right,
I need to clarify that.
thank you, Chair, Ms. McBride. Ms. Francisco, could you explain, what kind of money is the revised budget?
You know what, I see all the meters really well.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. On the expenditure report, the original budget is the CR. So for. Human Rights Commission. During the CR, they got 15,240. That's half of their 24 budget. And then the revised budget came in, which is their FY 25 budget. Which includes, or is the difference from the CR. Okay. So the revised column shows the FY 25 budget.
Okay, got it, thank you. So it's not adjusted, or, well, the revised budget is the complete budget.
Yes.
And the CR, the original budget is that CR budget, got it, my brain got it.
So the committee approved FY 25 budget.
Now I got another that, okay.
We'll go back to Chairman Everett, right?
Okay, appreciate it. So sponsor your agents, what they failed to present is, on the OMB report, you have a 0 expenditure. So let me know why, Human Rights Commission is asking for this money, if there's a 0 expenditure.
You know, Chairman Everett, Friday, and then to visit Rosetta and Mr. Alderman first. There's the OMB report that states that they have not spent their fiscal money, so I'll give the floor back over to the speaker's office. You have
Okay, Chair. I would defer to see if, Human Rights is on the call, Mr. Gorman, or the delegated person from his office.
All right, thank you, Ms. Thornton, here for the speaker's office. Is anyone on the call from the Human Rights Commission office? Second call for the Human Rights Commission. All right, the Human Rights Commission did not respond to the questions by the committee. I'll go back to Chairman Eric Nestor, right?
So it's so noted, we'll need to get them on for some of the motions to table the budget. So I'm gonna go to the Youth Child Commission. And I believe everybody has copies of the OMB report, we did ask for an updated expenditure. Until we receive that, I'm just gonna ask what was received here, in the Budget and Finance Committee. This is 11/80/30. And this is another office with 0 expenditure, so it's the one on the office from that Youth Child Commission. To provide, why they're at 0 expenditure and asking for more dollars.
All right, thank you, Chairman Eric Nestor, Friday, is Mr. Clarence. Blackrock on the call?
Rockwell.
Oh, sorry, Rockwell. Is Mr. Clarence Rockwell on the call or Miss Stephanie Holly on the call?
I'm on the call. This is Clarence Rockwell.
All right, Mr. Rockwell, the floor is yours. The committee's actively wide and Navajo Utah Commission has a 0 expenditure rate. From the money allocated to them in the FY 25 budget. I'll give you the floor.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Yate, BNF committee members and Chair Delegate Parrish. Our commission is requesting $18,183 for FY 26, but for FY 27, we were allocated 17,427 or something like that, and we haven't drawn down any of those funds yet because our tenant lease agreement expired in December, and our landlord has been slow in renewing the tenant lease agreement. So that's now in process. Once that we get that approved, we can process the payments for the last 3 quarters, even for the entire year, in probably sometime in July. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rockwell. We'll go back to the committee, to Chairman Eric Nestor.
Well, yeah, thank you. So Mr. Rockwell, the challenge here is you have an expired tenant lease agreement. So I would need to know from the office of the speaker and you talk to me what steps if. So it's been 6 months that you've been operating without a lease agreement. There's liability issues, there's insurance issues. I'm not sure if Amet CBC, is that a national entity or is that a private entity? And so. I would just need to know from the office how. We would just continue to run programs with, lease agreements that have, that are expired. I think that's a management issue, so that's what I just want to raise right.
Thank you, Chair, Vanessa Hardy. We'll go back to the office of the speaker, and if you'd like to defer any time to the Mr. Rockwell, then you can do so, but I'll leave the floor back over to the office of the speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll refer back to Mr. Rockwell.
Mr. Rockwell, the floor is yours regarding the committee's questions.
Thank you for the question. First of all, the NFCDC is a nonprofit organization. They lease an office facility to various programs, and we're the only tenant in the building at this time. And the CDC was slow in coming up with a new lease rate for FY26. So, but they finally provided us a copy of a new contract. Previously, we were paying $5 a square foot, and they increased it by $1 a square foot. So that's why there's a difference between last year's amount and the requests for FY26. But the lease has been finally provided, the lease agreement, and we've submitted that to the Legislative Council's office for review and authorization to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Members of the committee, do you have any other questions for the Valley Commission? For the chair of Vanessa Hardy.
Okay, so I'll just make note of the legislative concern that office speaker management. You let a lease expire, understanding it's a nonprofit, there has to be some accountability in what's the plan to prevent that in the future. And OMB had reported that they had a 1, so there's an unsatisfactory performance for this office, and I didn't hear in your presentation how you were going to improve that. I'm actually not sure how they get a 1 if their performance is that they'll make this payment. So I'm just gonna note that I think we'll have to re-examine how programs provide these performance criteria, because how can you get anything but a 0 if you're not making payments, and that's your only performance criteria. So I just want to make that observation that we should go back to. Maybe it shouldn't be the program self-reporting, but there should be another entity just monitoring, making sure these programs are meeting the needs. That's just a comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm noting that here's it through our budgeting process. Let's see, members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions regarding the Navy Youth Recognition budget? Hearing none at this time, thank you, Mr. Rockwell and Ms. Holly, for being on this call. Next, we'll go to business unit 1102. Do we have anyone on the call from the elections office?
Recession.
Anyone on the call from the elections office? Anyone on the call from the elections office? Anyone here from the elections office? All right, elections office is here. Welcome. We are actually reviewing your budget right now. Ms. Sorrento, would you like to review any performance observing anything else regarding their performances or what they're requesting? They know that there is a legislation before the council in that regard. However, the numbers do not lie. And we do have an 8% expenditure rate for their fixed cost dollars. But they're looking for. And a 0 on their performances. So. This is all management and all of these dollars are used. Alright. Before back to the office of the speaker, we'd like to recognize the election office, you can go there next.
Thank you, Chair. And this 2026 budget, they are requesting for 500,000 this coming fiscal year. Current fiscal year, they were at the 300,000. And the additional fund that is being requested is to cover their elections that occur every, I believe, 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. And then I'll give the rest of the time to Ms. Curley from the elections office.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brenda. And to the election office, we do know that this is a 12-month budget, right? There's no carryover, so I'm saying that because when we saw the elections office come before the council this year, you requested a UDFB allocation that doesn't have a time frame. But I want to caution you, this is a 12-month budget, so you only have 12 months to utilize this money. And the last time that we allocated fixed cost dollars to you, you have not spent that money down either, so I don't know what this new increase for $200,000, how that will be any different from your $300,000 request previously. Or $150,000, but I'll give the floor to you to explain.
And this would just for the fixed.
Yes.
Ja, jag Shay Veronica Curley and Jack my bashing national to the chain bashing what I bashing chedo so that we made that she now for that. Only the 8% of half atmosphere loan bush to show you now the A on the shop contract AES ballot printing how which that mediator. Okay, out of the date of for the general election, I think that working with the speaker's office or the finance team here to get that taken care of. Out of December 10th, special election area, beat down so I think the outstanding. Oh, Hashim so na nishito bikish kinhoshi put the hodza put OAR ni put the hodza for the part his Mr. Ron for so brigade for accounted 8 and though very understaffed is learning as we go along by Audit for the base or any KDB for the 2026 council delegate election. AAP the next year though April, May though AP the filing candidate for the president and council delegates and a few board of election and board of education national days now. For the base on me voting machine the buyer we're looking at a little different method than what we use as far as the voting machines right now. So I get speaker by that there was that voting on demand ballot of it being cheap in the show. Out that cheap so we're reaching out to vendors on that. So basically what it is to pay the poll officials and to conduct the election in the upcoming the inauguration so oath of office to be in days after the elections. So all the human soldiers in order. But that's a nice of that.
Just rock the call. Mr. Tati, did you ask the office of the speaker, or office of the controller to take a look at the $965,485 that was allocated in eighteen fourteen 24 from the UFB, see where that expenditure rate is? I just want that information for the committee when considering the fixed cost dollars, because I know we're gonna take a look at the other election budget, but I thought that we allocated almost $1 million to that intent, so maybe that's what's fluctuating, the fixed cost expenditure rate, but I digress. Anyways, members of the committee, do you have any questions? I'm sure I'm trying.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. So Shalaja, in terms of, I'm not sure if the office of the speaker has asked for a timeline on when you. So we've heard a lot about plans. My request of legislative concern would be that the navigation executive or election office create like an expenditure plan. So, because what I'm looking at is your budget here, but it doesn't tell us unless it's in your performance. On how you're gonna draw down these dollars. So your last performance, you got a 0. A 0 means like. You didn't like unsatisfactory, so you didn't meet your performance measures. I would then recommend if there's some challenges historically, that you start going with budget form 2A. So you could say a narrative. To explain, I'm not sure if you changed any of your performance measures from last fiscal year. Because then you may find yourself in that similar situation where you're not able to meet your goal. And I have heard consistently with the poll officials. In that plan, you can let us know what are the challenges, and then what are some of the recommendations. I always look for, does there need to be a legislative fix? Does, is your, I did identify your plan of operations to be updated. Maybe there's some internal regulations that need to be updated. I understand the challenge with not having enough staff. And I do see that your, half of this is for, contractual services. So you do have a consulting fee. So we just want to see how that's gonna help benefit it. But, I'm just concerned that there was gonna drop down last year. And a way that we could all be accountable to help the office move forward. Would just be my request in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was taking a look at the legislations approved by the council, and it looks like on an annual basis, we're approving almost $1 billion. So there's. I don't know if increasing the fixed cost here. I know that shows a low expenditure rate here, but we're additionally allocating dollars for these same purposes stated today. So I don't know if later this year, we're going to hear another legislation requesting for $1 million. Because 2 times, there in 2024. The delegate Otto requested $961,000, and then in 2024, Stephen Curley requested $965,000. So maybe that's a budgeting question. I don't know how that money goes into what you're requesting here. I'll give you go to Chair Crowdy.
Yeah. Appreciate that. So now looking at this budget and the increase, it's my understanding that fixed cost measure is contractual service part of the fixed cost budget. I would need to know if our legislative council is not, well, if you could look at the fixed cost, I know that we've waived provisions. So the question would be to office of the speaker, has the election office, has that, any of those provisions been waived to allow for these contractual services according to the fixed cost legislation and requirements? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kristen, I know we have our analysts back there, but if you could answer that question regarding fixed cost.
So I was working on something else, so Delegate Carney, you can please state your question.
I can, would it be great to staff if we could get the latest copy of the fixed cost resolution, so we all know what's allowed, there's allowable costs on the fixed cost. And if anything is added to fixed cost, then it goes before, my understanding goes before budget and finance and asks for a waiver. I'm not sure if the election office has ever asked for a waiver, the current allowable cost, so is consultants allowable under fixed cost? If not, has the election office asked for that kind of waiver language? I just think it's cost resolution, if anybody has that, and you, so I can review it.
Delegate Carney, do you mean a fixed cost amount that was approved in the BIM? Or you mean the oversight fixed cost resolution?
No. What is fixed cost? What's allowed in fixed cost?
I can get the definition of BIM, but from what I understand, and really, I need OMB, Mr. Bial, if you can help out with what OMB interprets as fixed costs. But from what I understand, the Navajo Nation interpretation of fixed costs is a little bit different.
I think so.
So I just need to look at them. And then I can try to answer that.
Mr. Gill. There's a question regarding fixed cost and its definition. You give some background about allowable costs regarding fixed costs.
We're gonna say cost, but we have to make some other changes, there's something, I think also been created as fine.
Sure, Patty, I'm not aware of any fixed cost waivers being done, so I don't know if that was done in a previous budget. Comprehensive budget resolution, that I don't have any information on that.
I don't see. See those references, cost, the election, and so may also be to your. I say that's the legislative.
This would, it would have been done in here, there's no separate legislation. It would have been amended
Here,
it would have been put right in here.
okay, gotcha.
Then that
And that's, you know, it was probably the fixed cost, but this way just paying you for its cost, obviously. Let me show you. The volume. Well, to push it down, it's like, here is that, the those guys that are here to cover the cost of the rest, then why not set the pay rates? Because then we're gonna run the other ones, later in November, before you need them much for each year. And I don't know if this thing is on the line. Yeah, you're asking, will this cover you? Yeah. Because that's the whole thing, is like, nothing will be like, why is it this? Why isn't this covered by this? That's my question. Right, that's my question, but then also like, why haven't you spent down for that very case? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think you can have follow-up conversation.
Did, Mr. I'm gonna try to find it.
Oh.
Go ahead, Sharon.
No, just to clarify that it's not a separate resolution, it'll just be. It's not a separate resolution, it'll just be part of the fixed cost definition. So at the last line, they do state costs for the national election administration may also be treated as fixed costs. So my question to your agents is, they didn't spend out the money this year, they're asking for more money from you to they can't carry over unless they ask, and that takes a 90% vote. Which I already know, at this point, I'm not supporting unless it's something dire. But, and this is an increase from fixed cost from last year, so this is, you asked for 300,000 last year, you haven't spent it. Now you're asking for 500,000, that's why I need that plan on how you're gonna spend this money. And is this enough to cover you for this upcoming election? Because you're gonna be in between fiscal years. Because the final election is gonna be in November, so that'll be fiscal year 27. So I just need to know, are you asking for enough in this fixed budget to get you through the end of next year's election cycle? Sure, that's one question for you. Great question.
Go back to the election office.
That's why I get the big 42 bucks.
Yes, we're very grateful that we got the additional 200,000 and how that is going to work. This is basically for the primary election. And poll officials take a majority. And we have that in the fixed costs along with the ballots. Printing of ballots and consulting with ballot companies. So in order, every year we get a budget. We were very fortunate in the past two budget sessions that we were able to get funding. Otherwise, we're always coming back, as far as I can remember, coming before council asking for additional funding. Because our budget itself, our base budget, only pretty much covers our personnel. And maybe here and there, postage, and we do a lot of absentee ballot mail out during elections. So the base budget of this 1 million, and it even went a little lower this year. So the staffing that we have, what takes it all, a little bit of operation cost. So each election year, we come back asking for money. And so this was a blessing, to us when we were approved for the 300 fixed costs and now the 500,000. So yes, this will, we're hoping to hire an accountant who's more knowledgeable in this accounting process and, hope to get something in place. And as far as our zero, evaluation, I did submit the documents and, I don't know where it went, but I did submit the document, so, if I need to follow through on that to get that changed, I guess if it can be done now, I can still do that. And right now, yes, I'll say the 500,000 will carry us through the primary election. Less candidate filing and, so forth.
Alright, members of the committee, if I may, I'll ask a question regarding the. You said it'll cover you through the general election, the primary election. Okay, so next fiscal year, we're gonna end this budget in September. And then there's a closeout period until October. Then let's say the next budget happens October. Most people don't get their money until the end of October or beginning of November, and that's when the primary election happens. To cover you through the primary, are you going to ask for UUFB legislation next summer? Or I don't know how your budget is, the timing of the budget for next year. If we could expedite that, maybe we could ask the controllers to expedite that, don't need to expedite that. Or it could be a UUFB legislation, just something to think about, because. If you're, I don't want there to be a shortfall for that primary election. That's critical because there's a lot of. Information that needs to get out to our communities, and if there's a struggle in the delivery of your budget, I think that's something you also have to consider outside of this $500,000. So that's not really a question, there's in planning, so members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions? All right. Hearing no further questions, thank you to the election office for presenting your budget today.
Yeah.
Like there's the, let's see. An expenditure plan, right? Expenditure plan. With timelines.
When would you like that?
Let me ask, how do you monitor their expenditures? Let me ask. Shelley, how do you monitor their expenditures? Because right now I see it, not like an app, well, maybe it is that a corrective? It's, we need an expenditure plan, so how do you monitor and help them? With the office, because she talked, Shelley, you're talking about. Getting an accountant, but elections is so critical. And what I would wanna do is eventually have a program in elections just be part of the mandatory funding. So they get the funding that they need, but if they're having trouble drawing down. Like what type of technical assistance is being provided, and I think this is a program that should be considered for that fourth branch. Or just have their autonomy so that they don't become board committee members. To ask for a budget, so that could be a consideration. We're looking at what other fixed costs do we need just to have mandatory funding. And so that will help you with planning, but we gotta help your office to figure out how to draw down these goals to stabilize. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Patty. As far as expenditure planning, I assist to the best of my ability and give election office guidance. I did meet with them earlier this year and come to find out that Ms. Kelly is not knowledgeable in the contract process, which is the 164 review part of it. And that's a big delay on their part. So I've been collecting the information and drafting the contracts on their behalf. And that's among my other duties, so. But I am pushing the office to, one, fill their vacancies, so they're fully staffed. And trying to push them to get their executive director on board. So they can also help manage their office. But this one invoice that's still outstanding. Right now, we're at the hindrance on the vendor side, they're non-responsive. So I'm at a point where I'm like at a standstill. And I'm at that point to where I'm gonna physically hand carry the documents to the vendor in Albuquerque. And obtain their signatures on what needs to be done to get the process rolling.
All right, thank you, Ms. Day. I'll go back to the members of the committee. Chairman Eric Friday, I want to recognize that we have a vice chair for us today here. Chairman?
All right. Glad you made it safely, yeah, so legislative concern for the budget 1180. 32, since it was brought up that we need to stabilize the office, that the Navajo Nation election board. Again, create a plan on how they are. Recruiting potential is it a director. And what that timeline looks like, because they're elected individuals, so I'm not sure if they're providing updates to the public. But they should provide monthly updates to the public on steps they are taking to fill this position. So that would help maybe 5 of them, I'm not sure. But if there could be some public conversations on what's needed and how to get there, so that their staff could be supported. I'm not sure what the issues are with the HR side. But that could be something that the office speaker now we get to talk about, because part of that budget will go to Navi, so maybe by Navi you give us an update on what are some recommendations on how we can assist. So it's not just like approving money, but it's a critical function and. If it's a consultant or if it's another, what kind of remedy there is. Because it does destabilize the program when you don't have a director. I don't think they've had a director in a few years, probably. And, I just wanna make sure we're supporting, those efforts, so that would be my legislative concern. And, I'll just write a legislative council for that comprehensive at the next round of budgets. Thank you. Okay, thank you, sponsor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, though, it's not gonna be great. Oh, you want to end you want me to end the gavel over, sorry, for sponsor?
Yeah.
Want to give the gavel over? Alright, thank you, Ms. Curley. Alright, we have Vice Chair Carl Slater and the gavel over to Vice Chair Carl Slater and resume my status as the sponsor. So Vice Chair Carl Slater, we are on currently business unit 11032 fixed cost tabulation elections office. And we're gonna have the legislative branch finish up with the fixed costs for the Eastern Navajo land. Office.
Kids are out there.
We're asking the other one, yeah. The. When I go to the legislative branch, would you like Mr. This is the first time I don't see Leonard Sosi in here. Usually Leonard Sosi comes, alright, go to SBA.
Thank you, Chair. Not sure if he's on the phone, but he was notified. For this upcoming fiscal year, the Eastern Navajo Commission is asking for the same amount, 30,000 for their rental. Space in Crown Point. And off of the OMB report, it does have a zero expenditure rate as well, but Mr. Sosi did mention that they were also waiting on their leaser to provide documentation to pay out their lease agreement. Haven't received an update on that one.
Thank you, I know, thank you, Ms. Beginning and Office of the Speaker, I'm doing a first call for Mr. Leonard Sosi. Second call for Mr. Leonard Sosi. Members of the committee, I know Chairman Indirect has been bodies.
That's just for your record, not the university.
Chair Cardi, would you like to offer the note for the legislative concern regarding the same issues with the Navajo documentation?
Yes, so, we'll just include 11 AB 36 in terms of the rental, expiration. My concern is, I don't know if these are multi-year, if they're annual, but there needs to be a management plan, how to keep these current. Always goes back to liability, it goes back to insurance, and it just goes back to like best practices. Just wanna see too, if there's a current expenditure rate, when this will be drawn down, because if they don't draw it down by the summer, they're gonna lose it. And then this is gonna become a liability where we have to find money in the future, and it goes into the question is, okay, if you need that office space then, or if it's, you know, if nobody's gonna be following up on these contracts or lease agreements, then maybe the alternative is it's a virtual site, or we get someone where there's not a lease or not a fee. And it just always goes back to the management, it goes back to getting the things completed, or looking for a site that doesn't require a lease. And then we don't have to worry about the expenditure rate and liability to navigation. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Chairman Edward Nesbitt Cardi.
You need the lease.
And. I have, let me just double check, before I get it all, over to. Yeah, okay,
They could donate that money to still this week.
I believe that concludes the report from the legislative branch. Thank you, Ms. Gay, for presenting the budgets for the police. So I'm going to give the gavel over to Register Crossletter, Register Slater on the OMB reports. Included here. So I apologize, I didn't actually others. So if you go over the CEC budget here, and then down fish and ag. All the way to Washington. We're just calling for the program, somebody to respond to share their budgets. That's the last of the, yes, I can work the. Alright, we have over to.
They know they'll get it every year. They look at this part of this mandatory budget.
ED down, finance. Fixed cost allocation, check.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair Parrish. Thank you, colleagues, for sure being more productive without me. But I'm here and let's keep moving. So thank you, staff, and of the legislative council senators. We'll move on to 118031 office rental DVD. The FY25 general fund budget at $191,831, and the same is proposed for fiscal year 26. So I will call for the Division of Economic Development. Not seeing one here. Are they on the line, DED? Okay, we'll move past them. I guess staff, you notified us that we need to speak with them on business unit 118031. So you know what that is for, and that'll be a discussion. So Rodney, you can help us with that. We'll move down to 115002. It's like Department of Ag District Grazing Committee. It's the same amount from last year, $1,797,726. Department of Ag. Department of Ag on the line.
Yeah, the rest of the budget.
Okay. We have not received a budget for 118031 or 115002. So if anyone is listening and knows anyone at those programs, please tell them that if you get their budgets, that they need to get to budget finance and submit that information.
Yeah, or we'll donate all this money to, what do they want, elderly facility. An elderly home here.
Right.
So instead of going to fixed costs, I'll just redirect it to an elderly group home.
I'm not sure my grazing officials are. Hey, if there are any grazing officials listening right now, we should contact the Department of Ag because we don't pay your funding, we don't get an update on this. 115005 Eastern Navajo Land Board, Department of Ag. Online. Nope. Sure, did you get a budget? Well, we've had since April. Pretty much for April 30th. Very fast. 2 months. Okay, 115007 Farm Board. Department of Ag. Surprise, okay, also not here. For the land board, it was $496,519 from last year, remains the same this year. For the farm board, I think that's for farm board official stipends, that's $816,578. We'll move now to N0100 fixed cost litigation, TOJ, $5 million. Department of Justice, I see them in the room. Chair, did you get a
They look tired.
budget? for fixed cost DOJ. We got this, we got a couple. That's the breakdown.
That's that, just broad, you just pull it.
Yeah, that was the, after I brought that over. You got modifications, right?
Oh, Catherine was here for a little bit, but she left.
Okay.
So there's negative.
I'm not gonna do yeah, I think. Let's wait to talk about some of that. With, after talking with civil counsel, I can't remember some of this needs to. Be an executive session, not, but. I'd rather just have both our attorneys here. That's not. Okay, so Rodney, you notate that we also need the budget and we need. Their residence.
So it was gathered, so,
Catherine was here.
Or delegated. Deputy.
I haven't got the paper either, so.
Hello?
Yeah,
This is Heather. I'm on the line.
But is this just supposed to be an email or is there like a whole letter?
Was it attachment? I don't know what's supposed to happen.
I'm gonna do an email that I'm gonna be like, something what it is.
So, yeah, well, Delegated Crowdy, okay, Acting Attorney General Claude. Are you prepared to speak on the fixed cost litigation? This unit.
The chair, can you hear me? I apologize. I didn't know if I need to be unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you and give me 1 moment.
Yes. So definitely, if you guys are wanting to go ahead and do to go over the budget, of course, we'll have to go ahead and do that in executive session. But we are definitely advocating for the 5 million. That is a standard for the budget 2026. But like I said, if you wanted to go into any more of our breakdown, I did do a presentation in our litigation update last about 2 weeks ago in Phoenix, and I'd be more than happy to go over this with the BNF if they would like. But again, like you said, it would have to be in executive session. Thank you, Chair or Vice Chair.
In terms of procedures, what you're doing on the fixed costs specifically, do you have the program time or do you have a research? Okay, so you just want to. So.
And they can do the level of floor, so I don't know.
See that, it shows up there.
Right, I mean, that's, but those are, we need a budget. But it's a management issue, and I'm gonna do a legislative consent, or a condition of appropriation.
Acting Attorney General Law, we have our deputy. Deputy Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, I'm not sure. She just entered in here, but to both of you right now, what the committee needs is a level of detail for budget form for this business unit and, associated objectives, et cetera. And, if there is an unmet need related to the fixed cost litigation. Appropriation business unit, then those are things that we need as well. And we're not interested in going to executive session, we want to talk about it at the LD4 level, which. It's just by the higher level, it's not going into specific breakdowns beyond that. So Ms. Bilzowski, do you have the budget with you? Turn it on.
Thank you, Vice Chair. No, I do not have the budget funds with me at this time.
You
You want to?
It will look legislation, because we won't heard from 1 through 5 programs. Nobody else. Is it, there is just the legislative branch that was ready.
After Mr. Stevens, TCD,
So it's just legislative office and then only the.
Okay, Ms. Wills asking, I think we're done for now, but you understand the instructions for when you need return?
Yes, and then I just wanna know for the committee that the rental payments, the now will be rental payments, that's under DOJ as well. So we would be submitting budget forms for those.
So that'd be 11803 Nano Land Commission.
Yes,
Partition land rentals.
yes, correct, that is under our office as well.
Okay, so we will need budget forms for that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think those are the only DOJ ones, so. Thank you, please review those and get them to us as quickly as possible. Oh, for the program, okay, Dudley Friday, you recognize?
Oh, yeah, since we have acting attorney general on the line of Ms. Wolzowski. Can you let the committee know why you're not prepared with the budget forms? It's been a 5-day comment period. This budget hearing or meeting has been posted online. Could you give us an idea of why, DOJ is not prepared for budgets? Because, so this is what's happening with the executive or with the fixed costs. Although we agreed to put that money ahead of time, it's not guaranteed money. So I think the programs are just taking advantage of how we want to move forward and not having the budget funds. So I don't know if that was some type of recommendation, but last year and every year that I've been on the Budget and Finance Committee, we've had fixed cost budget discussions, even when we were in COVID, we'd be on the phone going through the budget, so I'm not gonna delay the budget, we'll start transferring money to other programs that are prepared and want to move forward. With making sure that application government is moving forward effectively and consistently. Thank you. I don't know why.
Thank you, Dudley Friday. So for everyone on the line, you know, this is not specific to DOJ, this is to everyone, and while there's been a lot of customs in the past, I think the committee is very invested in ensuring that at the very least, we have the level detailed budget forms, associated program objectives, you know, the breakdowns, staffing, all those things, so that we know how the money is being spent, and you know, it has been a custom in the past to say, okay, you're gonna install or not, figure it out after the fact, that's not what's gonna take place any further, so. Sherry said we've only heard from 5 programs and budgets. So I know there's a lot of people listening online right now, so. Okay, so, yeah.
You're all there, I just need to call.
Okay, so, thank you, Ms. Wilzowski. We're gonna go now to 118028, Mississippi. This is office rental, also now the tax commission. The FY 25 general fund budget was $87,800. The proposed general fund budget is $206,000. Have you distributed budget forms to the committee?
It's in our packet. No, I'm sorry, it's in our packet. Good afternoon, committee.
So about these printed or these man twelve minute?
There's not voting on it. There's an outdated one at 10:52, I believe. Yeah, yes.
Okay, indulge me while I get my.
Are you 11/8/28? Okay.
Yes, that's your.
Well, I know this one, I mean, one I have is brown.
Essential to Roger, right? Okay,
Last name Steven.
yes, I got it. All right, budget finance committee members, I'm sending the new updated one from tax commission. We're gonna proceed with that.
Are we obligated to pay litigation costs for the Department of Justice? Kristen,
Are we legally obligated to pay?
like, is it in the code that we gotta pay that? No, right? All of the fixed costs are still,
Fixed cost is very amorphous here.
Yeah.
So it's very, it's.
like,
There's
none of this
nothing
is
that
required.
says you need to do 5 million in fixed cost. Whatever the number is.
Yeah.
For DO.
For anybody on this budget, right?
No, so fixed costs are typically things like. That are. Every month you pay $1,000 a month rent, you know that you're gonna have $12,000 rent for that year. Those are fixed costs, right? We've created things, we've changed from fixed costs to guaranteed costs somehow or another. It seems to me that programs want to be guaranteed a certain amount. So we've kind of morphed it from fixed costs to guaranteed costs.
So we had to do that, that's what the Department of Transportation did one year, Chair, and we had to go over their whole budget. Because they were putting in all kinds of stuff, and we had to take everything down. So I'm just gonna, again, I think with them not bringing in their budget funds. Like, we don't even know how they wanna spend this money, but I'm nervous now that we're approving fixed costs without even knowing how they're gonna spend it. From this experience here, maybe just the people who are showing up today continue on with fixed costs. Right.
I mean, I see that in the first quarter. The first quarter performance assessment. They're not prioritizing this, or if their goal for the fixed cost is to spend the money, they're not even achieving that for this.
And we don't know, because like we third or quarter, we can't tell.
But you did approve it though in your budget instruction, which is.
That's what I'm saying, next year I don't wanna do that.
Yeah.
I know I'm not gonna do that, I'll make a fuss about it. The fixed cost, yeah, and the bids, because they don't have their budgets, unless they have their budgets.
Have a fixed cost budget first, and not.
Our budget's having you see, outside fixed costs, sure.
I think I see the opposite of before, I would be. Tax commission. I think they've been all, know that, well, I'll check the project.
I guess, the point is the defect expense.
They're doing pretty good.
All right, committee members, we've got the budget pulled up, I see page 105.
Like, look, like, Washington office is new, they're, as new money, and we don't have a budget for the. It's so irritating.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's all these things where, oh, we know what it's for. And then. The money goes there, but we don't see the budget for it, so. How do you enforce accountability and how do you make sure?
But it's a whole legislation, yes, I mean, it's a whole legislation.
Yeah.
The legislation.
Not ready.
Voting on a budget.
Yeah, these are all.
No, but in the bin. You're voting on a dollar or something. That planning based and not for the fixed costs, and you don't know how it's gonna.
And then this legislation is fighting to ourselves and mission council. Yeah, it's not. The final. No, it's not. Well, we have. Okay, committee members, we are on business unit 10-600. Oh, no. Looks like this is the whole budget. So we did get an email at 1:16 PM from Mr. Tahi, so let me see what page. 16.
It doesn't fix it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's. Yes.
You know, they're not, it's just the law. They're not following the law.
Yeah.
Okay, so as Ronnie said, page 16 of 18 in the electronic handout, 118-028. ONTC office rental fixed cost is the title. Lease and rental, navigation council approved provisional budget, 87,811, so that's fiscal year 25. Proposed budget, 206,000. So an increase of $118,189. And let's see, we go, page 2 of 3, so budget 4.2. Timely payments, fees on the rental, the lease and rental payments in page 3 of 3, budget 4. So thank you for giving us the leading set there. Director of City, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you to present the information for 1802.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Suter. So when preparing the fixed cost budget, actually our lease with DED. Our 5-year lease with DED ends September 30th, 2025, so that's in 3 months. And I have been speaking with them on renewing the lease because it's 3 months, we're not gonna find another place in 3 months. So we are in discussion on a new contract. I bring it up every 2 weeks. I have not received anything new yet. And so now, one of the conversations I had with DED was they're thinking about increasing the rental space from about $11 to $12 all the way up to $35 per square foot. And so I did not want to be caught, hoping for a lower lease and get $35 a square foot. So I went with the higher number. That's why it's 206,000. I haven't seen any, like I said, I haven't seen anything from DED. We haven't agreed to anything. Our lease ends on the end of this fiscal year. So that's why the number is so high.
Thank you, Director of City. Committee members, I'll open the floor. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Director, for providing that information to the committee. I'm gonna create a legislative concern. Could you let me know what department, or you mentioned economic development, what program and the program directors have developed this conditional appropriation or legislative council or legislative concern?
The people I've been speaking to with DED's in the administrative section, his name is William Raines. I believe he is department manager. And the second person is Julius Johnson, the facilities maintenance supervisor.
Can you forward me that information?
Yes, yes, I can.
Your numbers, you mind if I ask a question? Thanks. So you're a caregiver, right?
Yes, correct.
And when you say your 5-year lease, is that as like a sublessee of DED's lease within that building, or is it they directly administer that building overall for all of it?
Yes, to my understanding and how it's explained to me was DED owns Carrigan Professional Buildings. So they rent it out to ONTC, of course, my department, Human Rights, I believe is one of the other departments. And the one that was there before, but recently vacated was Navajo Bar Association.
Alex? So.
And I'm sure now the nation would hate to build a building. Yeah. Yeah, what is their own money? They charging this. Okay, I digress.
Yeah, to increase everybody's and then take it from DED.
That's what I'm saying. It's travel money to give it.
Robbie, how are you doing the legislative consent? Are we flagging individually, or have Robbie flagged and get back with him and write it down and then provide it to Kristen?
Yeah, I have little chicken scratch for it.
And then we're gonna go.
You want to see it?
I've seen it.
Yeah. It's board attorney assigned to decide. Okay, if there are no further questions, Director of City, we're good. And then DED is listed on the line, we need to hear from you on 11031. But I guess if you're going back, we need to hear how you manage carrying, and finding that sweet spot, making sure that we are able to pay for the maintenance of that building and future replacement or whatever, but not bill for our programs. So time clock, so we can figure that out later. But did you do like local real estate analysis or something about like what the average price per square foot? It's really hard to, there's not many places to rent city can.
No, I did not request one, but the, facilities, maintenance supervisor, Mr. Johnson. Excuse me, I'm sorry. He had reached out to a couple of his counterparts and, people he speaks to and marketing and all of that. So that's, I believe that's how he came up with the number. But again, we haven't signed a contract. I honestly would feel very hesitant to sign something at $35 just for a foot, for cash. So,
Yeah, ready to go, so.
Let's go virtual.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm gonna go down to the nomination Washington office. I think I called one more chance.
thank you, Committee.
Okay, thank you, John. Mr. Rittenhouse. The chair entertains, recognize the motion from Athletic Karate to table the legislation until no later than the end of the special session, budget session.
2 hours before the end of the special session, before we get the snacks. Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Committee members, is there a second? Under legislation number.
It's their only table,
Yeah,
this one.
it's their only table.
the whole legislation.
Yeah.
It-
Yeah.
that-
For the final.
Yes, yes.
Everyone listening, go your second. Okay, that was a second from. Delegate, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, definitely down. And all
Delegate Gay, how do you vote?
there.
Delegate Gay, till no later than the end, of the special session. Delegate Gay, votes green, Delegate Crotty. Green. Delegate Crotty votes green, Delegate Ghazi votes green, Chair, Chair votes green. No, this session right here, so it's 27th, correct?
We made some changes.
Not better procedure, so we don't have to end on Friday. Well, it'd be Wednesday. If we're done by Wednesday, they gotta put us by Wednesday. It's.
Okay, yeah, so no later than the end of the session, so get your work done tonight, it's just a couple of question points.
Yeah, and if this legislation doesn't go through, remember we did this for Department of Natural Resources, and they just weren't part of the big budget, and then they would have to convince all the delegates why they needed the budget.
Okay,
I'm fine with that.
Vice Chair Slater, I'm gonna be too.
Chair, you recognized?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I just wanted to make an announcement to those that are listening online. We did give the opportunity to every program in the fixed costs today here at the Budget and Finance Committee. We gave the opportunity to everyone to present. We're also tabling this legislation to give a second opportunity for the programs to present their budgets. But our agenda has been posted. Everyone is aware, because of the budget calendar, that we do have this process where the fixed costs come for the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'll note that only 6 budgets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 budgets were presented today to the committee, and we still have 20 more budgets to go. 20 more budgets with fixed costs. So this legislation is tabled, but the next time the committee brings back the legislation, I expect that all of the divisions, the Division of General Services, the Washington office, everyone that's a part of this list will present their budget. If they're not, this committee has already stated today that they may take them out of the fixed cost budget. And I say that because there's no requirement for fixed cost budget at all in a comprehensive budget. So if it's taken out, then we might see that as an unmet need, but again, this is the process that's set forth, and I just wanna make that announcement to everyone that's on the call. Mr. Taki has been diligent in requesting the fixed cost. I worked with the Office of Management and Budget last week to get those final budgets in, because nobody was responding to the Office of Management and Budget. Nobody is communicating this, yet the Budget and Finance Committee approved the budget instruction manual at the end of April. This should not be new to anybody, so again, that's the reality of where we're at, so I just want to make that comment and make that announcement.
Thank you, Chair, for your leadership, and we all stand behind the statements. So budget, budget.
To be vet, if you're a vetting man, we're gonna have to do a resolution. If they're not gonna give us the budget.
It's not good for us to say that. It's like recession, don't say CR inside the budget finance.
No, I like it. They don't wanna give us the budget for it. We just, what a talk.
And budget form's a lot easier now, because we're doing all before, so.
Everything easier.
Okay, we're gonna give an shake. Okay, legislation 013125, an action related to the budget finance committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the office of the auditor general. I see we have Auditor General Jones here. Rodney, Mr. Ty informed me that this legislation has previously been read electronically into the record, so we're going to do that right now. Your pro temp or your vice chair will entertain motion to consider the legislation. The OMB report, pro temp recognizes a motion from Delegate Crotty. Is there a second to consider 13125? Second from Chair Parrish. We have the OMB reports in front of us in a hard copy. You have these plastic binders plus the legislation in front of you as well. And we're gonna go ahead and go to OMB, so. I'm on that.
Instead of a CR, we just do like all three in line, right? They get that number, and just fund everything.
Primary councils or software subscription.
Have you looked at the discussion?
It's a fourth quarter mentality.
You know, it's pretty. It's gonna run through. What are the best when there's supplies in there? We make Butler millionaires.
Okay.
Well, we can do virtual and everything. I wouldn't be starting for everybody.
Okay, go ahead, your mic's on, perfect, go ahead and start.
Good afternoon,
This country would never been first.
member of the Budget Finance Committee. Next, for those senior budget act with OB. I'll be reading the report for the Auditor General, you have your table of contents, items A, B, C, D, E. A is your fund type summary, and for business unit, content report, Office of the Auditor General. For FY 25 general fund, they got 1,495,815. Proposed for 26, 1,433,603. Indirect costs 51,421, giving me a total of 1,485,089. Going to be the expenditure report as of March 31st. For 10/10/24. Original budget was 758,833, revised 2,043,937.62. Actual 554,324. Encumbrance 380,861.8 Budget available is 1,108,752.39. Percentage is 45.75.
Okay, moving on to tab C, the performance assessment report. I'm gonna, give me the, first quarter CR 24, assessment. It is 4.25. Second quarter is 2.60. Again, the scoring is below. 4 is meeting, 3 is acceptable, 2 is minimum, 1 is failing, and 0 is no report. Moving on to D, plans of operation status report. For the Auditor General, we have an outdated plan of operations, they adopted back to 2002. And moving on to tab E, conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns report. For the legislative branch, for the office of the attorney, Auditor General, business unit 10-10-24 has a due date of third quarter. They did not respond for the second quarter, and this is an ongoing status. There is a second, legislative concern. This is for all divisions, departments, and programs. And it is due the third quarter, and there was no, response from the Auditor General. That concludes the O&D report, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Um,
I'm sorry.
It's okay, thank you very much. Committee members, want to open the floor to questions to OB. Were you doing a contest? Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm not hearing any questions. I think we'll have questions for the program. You have to stay there in the program. Okay, moving for the responsibilities, please stick around in case we have to ask questions of you on this business unit. Auditor General Joe, please come to our presenter. 5 days. Okay. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee and Chair. And, well, I cannot speak for what took place previously, so the numbers for the performance is, I can't speak for that, but here on out, and I do plan, we are working on amending the plan of operation right now, and it's almost done, and we're ready to present to the have the OJ review it currently. And as far as personnel, we did fill 2 more positions, and 1 is left. And we are working on timely for our audits currently, so. And I think the plan of operation amendment was part of the COA, so that we're digitally working on it. And as far as performance, that will really determine what this year we're gonna focus on. So hopefully with all those changes in personnel and plan of operation and timing, we'll be able to perform a better, have a better results and performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, committee members. I'll go ahead and open the floor to questions and comments. You said, okay, Chair Carney, direct answer.
Yeah, Chair, I think you should be just for this, legislation, so, just reviewing, the budget, so it does look like your total number of positions are gonna remain the same at 15, but I do see a difference of 86,000, so we could provide some insight there. I also see a decrease in contractual services. And, Vice Chair, I think this is one of the Other than fixed costs, budget and finance, we also recommended, I think it was 200,000, there was an additional amount allocated to the Office of Auditor General, so I just wanna know where that is in this budget. And because I thought it was to contract more or more audits, but it looks like they're taking that funding out, so it's gonna get a little bit more clarification.
It's
Yeah.
It's planning, not legislation.
Yeah. So I guess, help me understand, are we gonna see a separate budget from that, or is it gonna be incorporated into the program budget? I'm fine either way, I just need to know. It looks like, there is 1, 2, 3 vacancies. There's a committee I have asked that we look at, it does seem like they're prorated, so one position is prorated to 522. But an auditor position is at 2088. I wanted to ask, that here just in terms, are you planning to hire, or is that individual going to start October 1st?
One has already,
Oh, hold on.
okay, sorry.
And then, let's see. And I just don't understand appendix J. Because you can see that, there's, so this is what I understand, now you're saying. There was a reduction of your budget, so you have a shortfall, we now have a shortfall of 300,000. And you're requesting 314,000 to make a. I need to understand what appendix J is and what I'm looking at here. Cause I do see. So this is an unmet need. Okay, so I need that to be clarified. And it looks like the program was gonna onboard auditors, so I just need clarification, I know that, Delegate Chairman Johnson's not here, but my understanding was she wanted more audits. I don't know if she wanted more auditors or more audits, because I thought that was more for contracting money, but we could just get that, clarification, it still states on, so that unmet need. Oh, here's the general fund, the 200,000. I mean, now. Okay.
Looks like the budget program.
Okay, just help me understand what we have here in the packet and I think that'll make it easier for upcoming budgets, thank you.
Do you understand his questions about the differences? I mean, when I look at appendix J, it says 340,000, but we received 200,000. Then when you go into some of the budget forms, it's so 314,000, so. Please answer Delegate Crowd's questions and illuminate how things are set up. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. First of all, the position is still at 15, but we still need operating costs. And we did eliminate the contractual services due to that 200,000 that was allocated. So what we did was we took it out of the budget because we didn't get enough to cover that, so and then the rest of them we put into the unmet needs, which is part of the 3 positions that would cover half and then a fourth of a quarter. And that's part of the unmet needs, and the 200, I think the 175 is part of the unmet needs too. So. That's it.
Okay, I see that you got associate auditor 522 hours, and you got an auditor position of 522 hours, and then you have an associate auditor at 1,044 hours. Can you just help us understand how they're gonna get work done in that time frame? And it looks like the vacant ones. One auditor. That's not filled position, they're at 522. One associate auditor, vacant position filled at 522. One associate auditor, 1,044. So. You can tell you probably asking about reduction, that contributes to the $86,000 reduction. Plus the other items. And then. On. Contractual services. Were you saying that you net out the contractual services budget from this year's budget to put into other operating expenses, and then you anticipate the additional 200,000 to replace that?
Yes. The 200,000. Because either way, I mean, even if I put all of it into personnel, we're still gonna come up short, so. I mean, without operating costs, we still, I mean, either way, it's still gonna come short. So I figured this was the best way to, budget.
Can I ask you one question, sir?
Go ahead.
We have a breakdown for the legislative branch like this one?
No, we did request it.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like-
I don't know if I said it out loud, though, but I think I said we need legislative and we need judicial.
Yeah, it'd be really helpful, because, I mean, this is. So you provide more money into base planning amounts. But then it's the discretion of each branch chief and how they divvy up the money. So if they see an additional amount, they're gonna deduct out, because. I mean, what I see here is the speaker reduced it by, well, by $257,000, and so. That is why. They have less operation. Dr. Crowdy, recommend.
Appreciate it, thank you, so I'm glad we're going through this. Because what I did was I figured out what is with the legislation. How the finders are set up, so staff. Either whether it's, a hard copy or a digital copy, kind of. I need to know that we're gonna have consistency. Because the first tab was their budget forms for the legislation. With the, for the amount that I'm assuming that was, the base or the branch chief's, divvy. But the second part is what, and now it's going into like unmet needs. There's the second tab, and then there was a third tab, this is where we see that 200,000 that I asked about. But, it looks like, and if OMB can help us, it sounds. Cause we didn't get this information, it sounds like they're. Our recommendation would be like exhibit B, so see where it says like the oversight committee recommending for the general fund is. I just need to understand exhibit B. Exhibit A, so looking at A, B. I need more clarification on all the exhibits for the legislation. Chair, so that I understand how it could be, this budget that's being presented at this time, thank you.
We'll go to Chair Parrish and we'll go back to the program.
Alright, thank you, Vice Chair Translator, I appreciate my acknowledgements on our colleague, Chairman and Professor Friday. And members of the committee, I pulled up the job vacancy report from the Division of Human Resources to take a look at the vacancies. And what I see is for on what the Office of the Auditor General provided to the committee today. For the position number 242930 auditor. They are budgeting 522 hours. So with that 522 hours that Proctor referencing to our report here, it says that there is one qualified applicant. So my question to to the office is if there's one qualified applicant for the position of auditor, for that position 24, 29, 30, then what is the plan for this position if it's only budgeted at 522 hours? We also see in our report, from the Division of Human Resources, that the position for the second auditor, 200,576. That position was requested for a JVA in March 2025. However, this money was available to the program since the beginning of the fiscal year 2025. And you didn't accomplish posting a JVA until March. So my question is then, I know you're advertising for that now. This goes to posting that JVA though, like when that, I don't know if that money would even be touched for FY 25, so I don't know how budgeting for these hours for FY 26 are going to be utilized, because they're continuing vacancies from the previous year. So if the program can answer that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. I filled, let's see, which one did I fill? I think I filled one of the auditor position. And then one of the associates position, the 230136 is filled, which was vacant, but we recently filled it. And then 200576, I filled that one as well. So we only have one position that's open, which is an auditor position. And we have been, since I took over, we've been advertising constantly.
All right, you please respond to the right. Or from this question.
Mason. Oh, you have to ask. Or
No, I was asking Ms. Jones to respond to the questions that you asked first.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
She wanted you to walk through what the different exhibits are broken down, so. It looks like. Or pieces of this portion. Looks like you have a budget for 200,000, which is. The base planning amount legislation that is supplemental to whatever your allocation would be. Looks like you have a budget for your allocation from the branch chief, and it looks like you have a budget for unmet needs. And I don't know if I'm correct, that's how I'm interpreting it, but we would desire that explanation of what
Yeah.
each of these budget items are.
Okay, well, like I said, this is the best budget I could think of, to cover personnel. I mean, one of the main things I wanted to do is, at least fill all the positions, and that's part of my goal. And since, I mean,
I'm gonna retrieve. I can retrieve the question.
All right.
Okay.
Other project.
Let me restate the question, because I'm really not asking why you budgeted things. I'm trying to understand how you format this document to us.
Mhm.
So there's no tabs, which is fine, but this is I just want to say, your budget that you're asking, the proposed budget is the 1.2 million,
yes,
right? Okay, so that's this budget, that should be 1.2 million.
yes,
The next thing I saw in your budget was appendix J. Is appendix J supposed to be in this budget? Or do you say no? Is this a UUMB for appendix J? Okay, so confirm is, or do you say no, this is tripping me up? And then you have an unmet need for 314,000, right?
yes,
Okay. The third tab, or the third part, I have another budget here from general funds for 200,000.
yes.
I guess the question is. This is where I'm confused, because exhibit A. Who creates exhibit A? The program?
Program.
Okay. We gotta pull it out that. This doesn't all add up. Right? So your exhibit A here is the 1.2, which is this form. I don't see the 200,000. That's where I need to know where am I gonna be finding all this stuff. I see the exhibit B.
200,000 is exhibit B.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then exhibit C is what's unmet need, the unmet need of
Yeah.
314,000.
314,000.
Okay, so, okay. Exhibit C. Okay, why is there why is there something for the program in exhibit E? Because that's a condition of incorporation, which usually the committee creates. Because these are legislative exhibits, we need to get this right inside. Exhibit E, then this is also something that's supposed to come from the committee, right? For exhibit E, or is that what we would see from the program? Or is it? I'm just.
But you have to decide.
We'll decide later, this is just still the request.
But you can take it out.
Okay.
If you don't.
Recommend it to yourself. Okay, and then external funds is exhibit F, alright. I guess it's just that exhibit J that kind of. Leave me for a loop, but let me ask. So the 1.2 is the sort of branch. OMB. And the 200, should these be together? Like in the first pass, this is their allocation. Because right now they have. 1.2, which came from speaker, then they have their unmet need, and then they have this 200,000. I just need to know how we're gonna move forward with all of. What budget and finance added to them, where I'm gonna see that in each of their budgets. If it's separate, that's fine, but I don't think it should be behind unmet need. Cause this is already. This is already a recommendation, help me understand how the programs are gonna put this together and how we'll see it in exhibit A.
So, well, we or let's cancel and sponsor.
No, cause I think they have the answer, I just want to bring to them.
Yeah. Especially between A and B, right, just to compare the fund type versus the general fund something like this. I'd love to know what that is, so I think I. Please.
I'm gonna take out Jamie.
Members of the committee, the 1.2 should include the 200,000 on the same budget forms. And they would just make another line under part 2. And I'm not sure if you want to call it BNF allocation or just include it in the 1.2 to make it 1.4. As general things.
Oh, I feel easy.
I think it would be to keep them separate, so that. Like, if you do a one-time appropriation, right, you're not sort of one time, but. Yeah, separate.
What you do, they're gonna be combined.
It's not approved really until, when we would approve that combined recommendation to ourselves. Pass it. But it's not approved combined until it's August, right? So.
Okay.
I guess that's my thought, just to track it through the process. I don't know.
If you want.
6 and 1 half dozen the other.
As long as we do consistency. So exhibit.
But it's only relevant for like few programs outside of this stuff.
Right.
So this.
And by those. So I thought, yeah.
The another thing for the committee to know is that because it's not in different business units. So there's no way, like, remember we ran into this, we were talking about tracking the expenditure rate for some of the allocations that we made in unmet needs in that 524 budget. There's no way to track how those unmet needs were utilized because that was not a separate business unit. So if the committee's interested in developing a separate business unit for these allocations to track if these dollars are being utilized for the intended purposes, that would then be something for the committee to consider. Otherwise, putting it on one budget form that would be representative of the allocations of funding sources.
I'm fine with keeping it separate. Cause exhibit A will be what came from the branch. Exhibit B will be what the oversight is recommending. Just look at the exhibits, you just like what it says.
I see what you're saying. So you're adding, you would take the.
Well, why don't you say that?
Okay, I see what everybody's saying, so we're looking at exhibit B, so I would take the, what are we looking at now, 1.2 something, and then add in column D, the 200,000, which the way I was thinking of that was, the committee kind of, front loaded unmet needs, so you take that, and you take the 200, and then the column E, those two amounts would get added together, so that would be the total.
Yeah, so do I need to amend exhibit B?
Like, we need to amend B, C, and D, because, if we follow the, I'll call it the crying method. If we follow the delegate crying method, we would need to amend exhibit B. A would stay the same, right? B would change. C is gonna change because that's not, explanation of oversight committee recommended changes, I don't know what the rationale, I don't know what the committee is, wanted auditor general to do with the extra 200,000, so. Whatever that's for, and then, like, I don't know if it's supposed to be contractual services or. I don't know, office supplies, personnel, whatever, and then D will change unless the committee is currently making that recommendation to be a condition of appropriation. And then E will change if the committee is not recommending that amount of amendments. Sure. Okay.
That's not right, let's just see what you said, or we could give them one.
So Steve recommending, I guess, this.
So how do you want us to do it? If we have this other stuff, how do you want us to do the amendment for the exhibits? Just let you know, and then you need some time to draft it up.
We also have to, because you have to provide instruction on it.
Yeah.
Then, is this B, is this in the bid?
No.
No, this is a second, right? Okay, probably, so I think. We gotta revise the forms. Are you open to tabling until the forms are revised? I mean.
Yeah, do we have another program?
We developed these.
So I don't.
Sorry, but I mean, did you get this schedule, this format from O and D, or did you make it?
Budget council.
Yes, okay, that's what I'm saying, so you own the Excel doc?
We let.
Village council has reluctantly become the keeper of this particular record. I say that because no attorney would willingly work with Excel spreadsheets. It's just not in our DNA. But somehow we are the keeper of this record, so we revise the exhibit forms every year, so A, B, C, D, E, F is now ours, so I have the templates. So I've given them to Rodney, if he, I can give them again if he's and so. what we asked in our procedures is if exhibit A should stay the same unless there's something that's clearly erroneous. Exhibit B, exhibit C, we asked the legislative advisors to, do what needs to be done to amend those forms. Exhibit D, those are done by legislative council, and E, I don't know what we're doing with those. Either, I guess anybody, program, whoever, Rodney, whoever volunteers. But that's kind of how we broke it down in the procedures, chair, vice chair.
Okay, and let's just be practical about this for a second, so we have legislation 131-25, and we have ONTC 144-25. ONTC didn't receive the supplemental one. That legislation. The keeper of the sacred record. And so. This is fixed cost. Wait, where is the legislation for? No,
I don't know if that's not ready yet, but I don't think it's with us today.
So this one.
Oh, you mean the budget document? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a one point two.
What does that say on here?
Yeah.
Starting June 24th.
No, it's not.
So the only one. Are they all 224? Or 226? Should we, Ross, I mean, would you like to recess right now and we can just be directly with budget council?
We gotta, yeah, well, what I wanna say is. Whatever
You hear
staff,
your mic, huh?
again,
So this.
I cannot be doing someone else's job. From the start
I
there,
don't know that.
these documents have to be reviewed before they come to this committee. Remember, like, you would go and get your drafts and you would get,
This came from.
we should be getting documents that are near perfect. Somebody has, who's identified to go through these exhibits or go through this budget before it comes to the committee? Because this should have been, flagged. And this could have been dealt with earlier in the morning. And so that's what I wanna know, Chair. Every budget, we end up as a committee doing someone else's job. I need to know if I'm doing conditional appropriation.
Okay. Yeah. We're moving the. I think it's asked for the board, say the, what we learn something every year, how we make things better. So with that said, colleagues, I think I just asked Ms. Lowell to email me the Excel documents and then we, if we would like to invest ourselves in that, can mock them up as we see fit. And then for the programs that do have this sort of overlap, the idea, you know, we standardize that for each of them and make sure that all the information goes back in a consistent manner. And I know we had some of these issues last year, like direct costs, what we attributed to the prior year budget, was a combined thing of all those, all that stuff. So Chair, this is your legislation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and I appreciate our colleagues' discussion about this point. And through the legislative process, it really falls on the shoulders of the Office of Legislative Services. The Office of Legislative Services, working with the committee of the FY 25 budget, FY 24 budget. And in the FY 25 budget, made it very clear that there has to be review of these budgets before it comes to the committee. And I know Ms. Johnson here worked diligently in the process, so again, we just need to pick that back up, make sure that the legislations are matching up. And I know this is Mr. Taki's first, second budget, but first full budget. So I just, in reviewing the process of you know, I sometimes get too much criticism for being involved, directly involved in the administrative process. But this is necessary, especially when it's tracking our money, because if we don't track where each dollar goes, then we're over allocating dollars, then we're not knowing where these dollars are going. So members of the committee, I'll work with Mr. Tati and the Ms. Johnson here to make sure that the budgets are reviewed, because if we're running into this issue with the mandatory allocation that we provided in the planning base amount, the other committees that are receiving their budgets with the already mandatory funding for the programs, they're gonna run into the same thing. So we need to get this handled this afternoon so that we change this form. And then make sure that OMB is aware of this modification to the forms provided by Office of Legislative Counsel. And the Office of Legislative Services, I trust that you all can be the point of communication in those modifications. So that the other standing committees are aware of the changes in the budget parts and making recommendations for amendments so that we can see in the exhibits where that additional money is coming and where it's gonna go. So, that's my response to you, Chairwoman Shedden, Jared Crotty. So today, members of the committee, it appears that, there's no other legislation that we can take action on. I know we're in the middle of the legislation, but my recommendation is that we table this legislation until a modified budget form or exhibit form is produced and worked on collaboratively between Office of Management and Budget on their website on how that form should look so we can document it. I'll also state that I have seen the judicial branch's budget. The judicial branch received an additional portion of allocation, but in their budget on Form 1, it states the allocation, it was all the entire fund, they had general funds and then it was a PFC allocation. So if a program is doing it differently than the budget we just saw in front of us, who did two different budgets, did two different sets of budget forms, we need that consistency. So Office of Legislative Services, if you could take a look at everyone's budget binders to make sure there's consistency, not just for our committee, but I can already tell you that there is inconsistent in the Law and Order Committee's budgets. We need to make sure that the budget binders are consistent and that they read, that the numbers do add up. So Chair Crotty, I don't know if you have any other comments or questions.
Yes, appreciate that, so usually the exhibits are under Office of Legislative Counsel. So are the programs working with Office of Legislative Counsel on developing these exhibits? This should be clear to me. Because I'm so used to exhibits coming from, like, they review it, and that's my concern if nobody's gonna look through the budget binder. Again, this is just information that's being popped over, because it just doesn't make sense, so I wanna get some support in the Office of Legislative Counsel on how this was. Because they go through their own budget instructions, because exhibit C clearly says explanation of oversight committee recommended changes for the program. But like, you're not the oversight committee, so I am, I'm still trying to make sure, and then exhibit E. That looks fine, you just gotta see if you wanna keep it or leave it. So, those are just pieces I would wanna make sure how we move forward, because it'll be brought up, and if I could get a breakdown from legislative branch and then judicial branch, how they broke down their money for each one.
I think you should have, and members of the committee, if you remember early on when we passed the budget instruction manual, I sent an email to the committee asking for an explanation of your request for a fund, and then the only one that responded was actually Chair Crotty. So if the members of the committee did not respond to that email about clarity on what that allocation was for, or that planning base amount was for, then maybe this is a product of the confusion there. That's fine. So I did see that, however, I guess I'll resend that email just for clarity, but in the budget form, in the legislation, it does state that, the room there for the oversight committee, so maybe Ms. Janine Jones, we need to tighten up that communication with the committee so that we can clarify what that $200,000 is for. However, I know we're again in the middle of that, the legislation itself, so we need to table this legislation, work on that communication, Office of Legislative Services, we need to work through those budget binders again to make sure that the numbers match the legislation. And that, because what Kristen doesn't see is actually the budget binder, Kristen doesn't get to see that. We don't see it until like the day of, until it's right here in front of us. But if the narrative coming from the program to the committee, not just budget and finance, law and order, resource and development, as whichever standing committee is gonna come before, you don't see that budget binder until you get there, and that needs to be, we need those budget binders far in advance. You can't be waiting around. This goes to all the programs and departments across the navigation. The planning based amounts were approved back in April, so there really is no excuse for the budget to be late. I don't know why there's no responsiveness to the Office of Management budget, so everyone that's working on this budget, so that's my 2 cents regarding the process today. So Mr. Tahi, I'll meet with you and Ms. Johnson afterwards to see where we can tighten up that communication. Members of the committee, any further questions or comments regarding the topic at hand? Oh, sorry. I'll give it, they asked me to respond to some questions, so. I'll go give the gavel back to Vice Chair Slater. I think that's co-sponsored. That's right.
Who's the main sponsor?
Well, I'm.
You're the sponsor, he's the president.
That's right.
I did not receive a formal citizenship. Okay, guys, yeah, I mean, I personally don't have an issue, I guess the way I interpret it is whether the sponsor of the legislation brings it to us. What we put in there would be the oversight committee's final recommendation, but it's incorrect to say that. This was the branch chief's proposed FY, because it was the budget and finance committee's proposed 26 additional allocations, so. You know, we just changed some of the things that we did and. Fits your budget, and we got to some forms related to that, and I could see how if you go along task to do that, if you receive a bunch of stuff. Very short period of time, and have to do that, so, Chair, you recommended the. Tabling, we're allowed to recess the middle of legislation, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I could bring it down and say, recess, right? The vote, which is really convenient, are we starting at 10 tomorrow? Or 9? So, tomorrow. So, are we fine to recess right now? And we'll work on one story. So, right, well. It would be helpful, okay, well, I'll try to interpret quickly. I think I understand exactly.
I can't spend the $42, that's all I'm doing.
Friday night. You know.
Yeah, we can figure this out. I think, you know, getting like a master sheet that shows some different things and then saying. The programs requested unmet needs, the oversight committees approved unmet needs. Tightening up this language here about what, you know, some of these dollar amounts are, because this is specifically wrong. And then with the COAs. And these are, I mean, I don't know, I mean, it's good that it's on here because it hasn't been fulfilled, it seems like it will not be fulfilled by this one. But in terms of going forward, you know, we want to have a standardized process. Is it the program or the sponsor? The legislations are owned by sponsors, but who so I don't wanna assume that you didn't put something. So colleagues will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow, with more legislations that will become available for consideration 24th and 26th. And tomorrow, Chair Parrish is going to represent the nation in the state of Utah, so start with me. And Delegate McGay. Where'd you go? I think he will be presenting all these legislation. Unless someone else wants to go to questions.
With,
All right.
Lester.
So yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Your leadership. Any other announcements? No, okay. We're recessed until 10:20. So yeah, just be here at 10 and we'll be in.